federal government does lending, that can and should be overseen in the Department of Treasury, or some have argued for a standalone entity with, financial professionals running it. But the point is that all of these functions can easily be done in other parts of government and done better, probably.
Okay, that's interesting. I think what I've heard from some parents is this concern over the IEPs, right? The 504s, those the programs for kids with disabilities, kids who need special accommodations. You're saying, get into that a little bit with me to address those particular concerns. You're saying that those don't necessarily need to be overseen by a quote unquote Department of Education, that there's not a whole lot of programming that goes into that. What would you tell parents who are concerned?
Well, in fact, many parents have long been unhappy with and dissatisfied with how IDEA has been actually functioning at the most local level. And ideally, those decisions, the decisions around 504s and IEPs, really should be made at the most local level with parents and with the schools. And the funding for that, the federal funding, first of all, has not even come close to what Congress originally committed when they passed that law. And secondly, it has been a constant source of tension between state government, local schools, and the federal level around these programs that are intended to help kids that need special attention and special help. But the federal government is not well suited to answering the needs for individual kids and individual families. And so, again, moving that as close to the families as possible, that decision-making and that control over the resources, is arguably the best direction to head.
You know this, President. If school choice is a big priority, why not keep the department open and use federal dollars to a certain extent as leverage to negotiate school choice programs at the state level?
Well, first of all, many states have really gained tremendous momentum in the last 3 years, particularly since eyes were open through COVID, around education freedom school choice programs. And at the federal level, there's a very important piece of legislation that has tremendous support in both chambers to establish a federal tax credit that individuals and corporations could designate a small portion of their federal tax bill into scholarship granting organizations and programs that will directly help kids and families. This is the best mechanism without creating a new department or a new program that will inevitably get thwarted somehow down the road, as we've seen so many examples of at the federal level. But the tax credit will be the best way for getting resources directly to the families and the kids that can use it most. And so there's tremendous support for it. We're very hopeful and working hard to ensure it's part of a reconciliation package and program. And that really is the best way to ultimately support school choice education freedom programs.
Interesting. Let me just get a couple more of your thoughts before I let you go. We just learned that a university like Columbia was getting $400 million from the federal government in the form of mostly grants and contracts. That money is now being canceled due to the university's handling of anti-Semitism in part. I think a lot of people, though, were surprised to hear that dollar figure, that $400 million figure, to hear that much federal money is just going to one university.
Yeah, it really is unbelievable. And I think, what has happened here is really going to awaken people more to the need for higher education writ large to reform itself, or it will be reformed, for it. And there are so many funds that have flowed to higher ed institutions in various forms, research grants and other programmatic, funding. And so this, the fact that Columbia has so openly I think, flouted any kind of responsibility and accountability to follow the civil rights laws is really begging this kind of action. And it will be instructive to see how other institutions, examine what they're doing and make needed adjustments.
To that point, I'm sure you saw it too, this former grad student who was still living at Columbia University. He has a green card, but he was arrested by immigration authorities for pro-Hamas demonstrations on campus. Do you anticipate, knowing this president, that more such arrests are imminent, if those people can even be identified? A lot of them wear masks.
Well, I think the whole issue of students and other protesters masking is part of the big issue. It's easy to be anonymous and not be held accountable if nobody can see who you are. And so, I mean, again, this is a big issue that I believe universities will help themselves if they stand up and start taking the actions necessary to ensure students can access their education. That is, after all, the civil rights law that they are bound to protect and observe, that all students can access their education programs, without being impaired from doing so.
Betsy DeVos, thank you so much for your insight. We appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so much, Jessica. I hope you have a great day.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
So, what's the asking price on these houses?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 13th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. A House-approved temporary funding bill to avoid a government shutdown Friday could fail in the Senate. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says that Democrats are unified against it.
Schumer insists Democrats won't help.
Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR.
Republicans control the Senate, but in this case need up to 8 Democrats to break a filibuster.
And 60 votes are needed to break that filibuster. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210's 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay. Of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The Dow lost 83, but the S&P 500 gained 27. The NASDAQ picked up 212. This is tariff concerns remain. Today, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick meets with Ontario, Canada Premier Doug Ford. The Consumer Price Index up 0.2% last month, also up 0.2 for core CPI. That excludes food and energy. For the year ending in February, CPI was 2.8%. Core CPI 3.1%, both improvements over January. Today, we get the Producer Price Index figures for February and the weekly unemployment figures. And a $350 million T-Mobile class action settlement agreed to 2 years ago starts going out to customers next month. The lawsuit came after a personal data breach of more than 76 million T-Mobile customers. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
6 weeks after that mid-air collision near Washington, D.C.,
There is still a lot of concern about flying safety there.
The existing separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 are insufficient and pose an intolerable risk.
National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy urgently recommending no helicopters be allowed in that area around Reagan National Airport, where on the night of January 29th, an Army Black Hawk helicopter flew right into an American Airlines regional jet about to land in a fiery crash that sent both plummeting into the Potomac River, killing all 67 people on board both. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they're adopting those recommendations on helicopter flight restrictions, and he's alarmed that since 2011 there have been dozens of near collisions there.
How did the FAA not know? How did they not study the data to say, hey, this is a hot spot, we're having near misses, and if we don't change our way, we're going to lose lives? That wasn't done.
And he also wants air traffic controller operations upgrades.
If everybody's doing their job, mishaps don't happen. But with aviation, if somebody isn't doing their job, in this case, if you're off altitude, horrific things can happen.
Matthew Buckley is a former Navy FA-18 fighter pilot, call sign Whiz, and he used to pilot commercial jets.
There was some altimeter or altitude issues with the Black Hawk. I believe on the cockpit voice recorders, there was a disagreement between the air crew, instructor pilot versus the lady that was going through an annual check ride. Hey, we're at 300 feet. Correction, we're at 400 feet. Well, guess what? If there's a 75-foot tolerance between good and bad, if you're off by 100 feet, there's going to be a midair collision.
No, you've been in the Navy fighter pilots. You have a long history of that. When you heard that, was that a surprise to you that can happen in the cockpit of in the helicopter between two people on it doing the same thing, flying it?
No, it's extremely rare. I mean, this is a multi-million-dollar piece of machinery here, right? Our altimeters should be reporting the same altitude. Right now, Dave, I guarantee you they're digging into further what the altimeter discrepancies were. But there was little room, actually no room for error, with folks landing on runway 33 and helicopters on Route 4. 75 feet was the tolerance, and clearly they were within that.
Now, they also say that right before impact, they may not have received an instruction. There was an air traffic controller that was telling them to pass behind this plane, but apparently they didn't hear that. Is that common, of a crew not hearing something that comes from the air traffic controller?
Sometimes there's radio traffic that's blocked. I mean, two people can't be transmitting simultaneously, or you're going to what we call step on each other. You're going to step on each other's radio communications. But in this case, this was a sugar call. And what do I mean by that? The controller said, hey, Pat 25, there's RJ traffic out there. And the Army crew responded with traffic in sight. So if you're the air traffic controller, in your mind, you just put a mental check mark next to that. Okay, great. I'm busy, because it sounds like they let somebody go home early for whatever reason. So this controller was doing the job of two. So if I gave that traffic call and I heard the crew say, hey, traffic in sight, that's kind of, okay, good. I'm done with those folks. Let me move on to something else.
Tell us from the perspective of the American crew. They're coming in. They don't know this helicopter's coming at them, do they?
No. First of all, they're on different frequencies. If I was the captain of the RJ or just the first officer of the RJ and I had heard traffic calls like, hey, wait, they're talking about us. I hope this Army helicopter has us in sight. I would have been eyeballs out of the cockpit, right? We call flying around D.C. like the Battle of Britain. There's airplanes and helos all over the place. So you have got to have your head on a swivel, eyeballs out of the cockpit, making sure. But it sounds like this RJ crew, they're at a couple hundred feet, man. I mean, they have their gear down, their flaps down. They're looking at the runway environment, they're literally preparing for landing. What they're looking at as where they were was, hey, is there anybody crossing the runway? A couple of weeks ago up at Midway, during broad daylight, we had a flex jet cross the runway as a Southwest jet was trying to land, and the Southwest folks had to go around. So when you're that close to the ground with your gear and flaps down, you're focused on landing. You're pretty sure the controllers are doing their job and there's no traffic conflicts. But it appears from the cockpit voice recorders and also the black boxes they saw the helo at the last second. They gave a full deflection aft on the control yoke to try and avoid a collision. But let's go back to the controller real quick, because after that sugar call, you can hear on the controller tapes an alarm going off. That is a collision alarm. So this is what should have happened. Pat 25, confirm you have traffic in sight at your left 11 o'clock, level, acknowledge. That would have gotten the hair on the back of their neck standing up in that Army cockpit like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you, wait, that's the wrong traffic we have in sight. And this would not have happened. So the air traffic controller should have given a directive traffic call at that point, because clearly they had the wrong air traffic in sight.
You talked about Battle of Britain, busy air traffic around Reagan National. Part of the NTSB's report that came out on Tuesday. From 2011 through 2024, there have been at least one advisory per month because a helicopter was flying right nearby within 75 feet. Alarming to you? Not surprising to you?
I'm going to say both, if I can. Another saying we have in aviation is complacency kills. So during that time period, oh yeah, we had another near miss. Just throw that in the file. So the more that went on, the more complacent people got. Well, nobody's hit each other yet, so I guess things are working okay.
That's kind of scary, actually.
Isn't it? So it kind of takes, I forget the chairwoman's exact words, like irreparable danger, whatever. The two words she used, they just flew out of my head. I've never heard a NTSB person talk like that, like an unbelievable risk. All it takes is one person to make a mistake like we saw on this night, and it's an absolute horror.
All right. Now, there are going to be these airspace restrictions that are still in place near Reagan National to address all this. Do you think that they ought to think about other airports, or is this unique to Reagan National?
I've flown extensively around the United States, in New York a little bit, maybe Jersey, but DC is absolutely unique. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. In the military, we all chuckle about it. Army generals use those things as Ubers, right? To get around DC instead of a 45-minute to an hour drive, these 1, 2, 3, 4-star Army generals call them up like an Uber, like, hey, I need to get from Fort this to Fort that. And so there's a little too much helo traffic in DC. And this is a fact. It's well known in the Army community in DC that they were using these things as Ubers. Now, they were on a national security training mission, like a continuity of government, like, 24 or something like that. Something bad happens, we have to put on the goggles, rescue somebody. So those type of flights clearly required national security, Marine One with the president on board, or life flights, right? God forbid there's an accident, a life flight helicopter can do this type of stuff. But I definitely think they can clean up the amount of unneeded military helo traffic in that area to make it a little less Battle of Britain.
All right. Now, there have been incidents with planes. You mentioned the near collision that happened at Midway Airport in Chicago. There was the flight that crashed on landing in Toronto that had originated from the U.S. And we've had a crash in Philadelphia. There was a crash in Arizona. Small planes in these kinds of cases. People are questioning, is it still safe? What do you say to them?
Dave, absolutely. If 120 people, sadly, 120 people die every day in this country, on average, motor vehicle accidents. It's not cliche to say that it is more dangerous driving to or from the airport than the flight. You know as well as I do, God forbid, if 120 people were dying every day in aviation disasters in this country, it would be, people, mass hysteria, cats and dogs living together. That's not happening. It's extremely rare, but obviously a lot of people in one place passing away, sadly, 67 in the DC case, that's going to make the news. Sadly, as you know, and if it bleeds, it leads. So these things are obviously going to catch the attention. Remember, I'm going to age myself. You know, I grew up before Al Gore invented the internet and cell phones.
Me too.
With exactly. Well, then with the advent of cell phones, they have plane watchers, right? There was a guy at the end of the Midway runway just filming. That's his hobby, right? I just film takeoff and landings. Well, now there's cell phone footage of a near miss. So the American people's will see a lot more of this. We had security footage of the DC midair. You just see that flash in the night. So it's gonna catch the American public's attention a lot more than, quote, the old days. But if you don't take Wiz's word for it, go to the NTSB website. You can enter dates. This time last year, January, February of 2024, you ready for this? Had more aviation mishaps than this year. So that's a fact. That's not me making up numbers. That is the NTSB. Their own data says last year's time frame was worse than this year.
Of course.
Long answer.
We didn't have 67 people killed in a flight in a collision like that. That's, like you said, that's going to stand out more than a mishap.
Correct. That's exactly right. So it's absolutely safe to fly 100%, but this will pass, right? We won't hear about another aviation mishap for a long time.
I want to ask you one last thing. You are the founder and president of what's called the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. Tell us about that, if you would.
You bet, bro. Flew fighters for 15 years in the Navy, and I lost 16 brothers and sisters. Just a lot of bad, not one combat loss, right? Talking about aviation mishaps, this was bad weather, stupidity, mechanical issues. So a lot of trauma. And then I lost an F-18 brother to suicide. I'm like, man, I got to do something about veteran suicide. Didn't know what to do. Somebody dropped into my life and said, hey, there's a bunch of Navy SEALs that do psychedelic assisted therapy in Mexico, and there's a cool group going in a couple weeks. And I said, sure, go to Mexico and do drugs with Navy SEALs. It sounds like a great weekend. Dave, I had no idea what it was in for. I know we're running out of time, but it was without a doubt the most life-saving and transformative experience of my existence. I got home and I said, this is how we're going to end veteran suicide. So the No Fallen Heroes Foundation provides healing grants for veterans, first responders, and family members to go sit with psychedelic assisted therapy.
Matthew Buckley, also known as Wiz, former F-18 fighter pilot with the Navy and founder and president of the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dave. God bless. We'll talk to you later.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, and they're offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks from Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Senate Democrats threatening to block a GOP spending bill with Friday's deadline approaching. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying Wednesday that Democrats are unified against it. Here's Fox's Chad Pergram.
Schumer insists Democrats won't help.
Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR.
Republicans control the Senate, but in this case need up to 8 Democrats to break a filibuster.
Also on Wednesday, reporters asking President Trump about his plans to lower taxes for Americans. The president confirming he has plans to, if, quote, the Democrats behave, before he took a swipe at Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian.
Jab at the senator over recent policy positions related to Israel. There's been no response from Senator Schumer. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It's the end of an era in Los Angeles. The Rams officially released wide receiver Cooper Kupp on Wednesday, ending his 8-year run with the organization. The move comes days after the Rams agreed to terms with 6-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Davante Adams. Kupp will go down as a franchise great, earning the MVP of Super Bowl 56 after leading the NFL in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns during the 2021 regular season. But his production slipped in the years since, missing a good chunk of games due to injury. The Pro Bowl wideout has not played in more than 12 games or gone over 900 yards receiving in the last 3 seasons. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The Titans is a good example here. What would the Titans offer with no quarterback on the roster, with possibly the number 1 overall pick at quarterback? And if they draft a quarterback, I could see how that's enticing to someone. But if they don't, you know, you're bringing in a veteran guy. I'm finding a hard time to connect the dots and link it together as to why the Titans would make DK Metcalf happy when the Seahawks couldn't in Seattle and that organization, right? And that's, if I'm a GM, I got to think about everything, and I want someone who wants to play for our team and our organization and wants to be a part of the rebuild or whatever spot you're in, or going for a Super Bowl. But I need someone who's committed to the vision that I've set out for the roster and the team. And I got to ask those questions about guys who ask out of somewhere else first and foremost.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Inflation appeared to be cooling last month. The Consumer Price Index rose by 0.2% in February against expectations of 0.3%. It also showed the yearly inflation rate is at 2.8% when Wall Street was expecting 2.9%. The U.S. budget deficit grew to $1.15 trillion over the first 5 months of the fiscal year, with increasing costs of Medicare and servicing government debt contributing to the widening. The deficit for February alone was $307 billion, 17% larger than the prior year after adjusting for differences in the calendar. iRobot shares lost 35% Wednesday after the maker of the Roomba vacuum signaled it has serious doubts it can continue as a company. Amazon abandoned plans to buy the company for $1 billion last year, and since then, iRobot has been trying to turn things around, releasing 8 new Roombas just this week. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
It's a weekend clash of the NL's best at Citizens Bank Park when the Dodgers visit Philly on Friday, April 4th at 6:45, Saturday, April 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 6th at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day always brings the smiles. That'll be the case on Saturday, April 5th at 4:05 when the Phils play the Dodgers and kids 14 and under receive a knit hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
During tax season, your personal info travels to a lot of places you can't control. Between payroll, your home office, your tax preparer, and the IRS, if your W-2 gets exposed, that's just the ticket for identity thieves. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a Thursday morning in which we will be joined by our buddy Sean Farish, live from Nashville, starting at 7:45 for another riveting edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. I'm worried that we're not going to see this blood moon lunar eclipse tonight.
The blood moon lunar eclipse?
Yes. I know you're all thinking about it.
I am. Going to pull out the old comforter, throw it in the lawn, grab some Yetis, just like it's the 4th of July fireworks show, get the kids and the wife and look up into the sky and admire it for a few hours.
Well, except that it might be raining and cloudy, and then we won't see it. That's why I'm worried.
Okay. All right. That's what's on Dawn's mind this morning. Greg, hello. What's on your mind, sir?
Nothing.
Well, all right.
No,
I've got a lot on my mind.
Yeah, I have a ton to say, but
nothing on your mind.
Exactly.
That's the way we like it on this show.
Yeah,
whatever just comes out of our mouths, into the microphones, out into the radio universe, and then you just consume it and either tell us we're morons or say we're the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Sliced bread.
Which, by the way, what a lame saying. Is sliced bread really a great thing? It's kind of a basic thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never really understood that one. But that's neither here nor there. We have a lot to get into on the show today. Trump and the economy in the big take this morning. Also, a couple of local angles with Donald Trump. One, with the USA Today ripping the Philadelphia Eagles for going to the White House, which is coming up on Monday, April 28th. I'm going to shred this columnist who has it completely wrong when it pertains to the sanctity of the office and going as a championship team. And then also John Fetterman on the side of Trump and the, quote, Trump billionaires against Stephanie Ruhle from MSNBC.
He's something, isn't he?
He's an interesting cat.
1 minute he votes against men and women's sports, and the next he's fighting MSNBC about Trump.
Yeah.
On the side of Trump.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, he's a hodgepodge of political ideologies, I guess. We'll discuss that. We'll let you hear the clip.
Or he's just a troll who likes to just throw chum in the water.
Is he a troll or is he a guy who calls balls and strikes?
Well, yeah.
Although we might disagree with his strike zone, especially on the trans sports thing.
Yeah, look, you know me. I like anybody who calls balls and strikes. I just think that he's not super consistent with anything. I just think he likes to, whatever room he's in, he kind of likes to take the opposite.
Interesting. All right.
Point of view, right?
Yep.
I don't know.
We'll kick it around this morning. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. And also, if you thought Gavin Newsom was a fraud, wait till you hear this. Gavin Newsom and Josh Shapiro, I believe, beginning to position themselves for 2028. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning with rain on the way. We'll tell you when. We are sponsored this morning appropriately by the Philadelphia Boat Show. So since you talked about Fetterman, maybe that's where we should begin, because we're talking about the stopgap measure for the Senate, which the House has passed, obviously now goes to the Senate. And that spending bill, if they could just get an extension, they would require a certain number of Democrats to actually vote for it. So Senator Fetterman, the headline is that, yes, he will back the GOP spending bill to avert that government shutdown. So I don't know that Chuck Schumer will be happy about this one, because Schumer has said no, that he wants to block this. But I would say the pressure, you want to talk about the push, the pressure is on for Senate Democrats this week as they're figuring out whether or not they're going to support this Republican-led government spending bill. They've opposed it. Should they oppose it? Or should they be the ones who are going to risk being the ones in the media and being blamed for shutting down the federal government? Fetterman has said he vowed he would support the Republican-backed bill.
Yeah. Well,
so he's bucking the trend already.
Yeah. Well, Schumer's no longer Jewish either. He's actually Palestinian. So
Stop. That's what Trump said.
I know.
That's what Trump said.
It's coming up.
Trump did say it. We know it.
I loved it.
We got the receipts, right? But the Senate now has just days to, as we've been talking about, pass this stopgap bill, which obviously funds the government for the next 7 months. So it cleared the House on Tuesday. The issue here is that the House, they're now on their spring break, if you will. They're on recess. So if anything, now Schumer is saying they need to come back.
Spring break.
I know. Well, I called it spring break.
When do radio hosts get a spring break?
Just the fact that they're in spring break is just infuriating.
Yeah.
It's just infuriating.
Yep. I worry about government shutdowns just as much as I worry about being killed in a mass shooting, just as much as I worry about flying on an airline and crashing into a building and dying. All this, government shutdown. Government doesn't do anything when they're working.
So locally, we have this woman who we've been talking about, the Jersey Kebab co-owner. She's named Amin Eminet, and she walked free from a Jersey immigrant detention center, as we talked about yesterday. So a judge had ruled the day before that, in fact, they could make bail. By the way, with a GoFundMe, this is a South Jersey family, Haddon Township, and that's where their restaurant is. They've raised more than $300,000, about $750,000 they've raised to just in a GoFundMe. So a ton of money. So it was no problem to pay out that $7,500 to make bail. And Amin Eminet, she has some court proceedings to go to, but she walked into the arms of her husband and her 4 children, 2 grandchildren. They all live together. But this has been going on for 2 weeks after ICE paid a little visit to their Jersey Kebab, very popular South Jersey restaurant. And they had her husband, he could wear the ankle bracelet, but for whatever reason, they kept Amin in custody all this time. So she's now free. And it was an emotional scene as far as local media, because you could see her raising her arms. They cried out, they were hugging, they had flowers, and that was outside the jail. This was in Elizabeth, New Jersey. We've been following this one very carefully for you. And that really brings us to the other big story as far as ICE and who's being held in an ICE facility. And this is in Louisiana. And this is the student who we had heard who was accused of, in fact, being pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel and passing around that propaganda that is pro-Hamas. And so right now he is in a Louisiana facility, although the court proceedings are certainly going on, as we've talked about this story a lot, making national headlines. He's that Columbia student that we've talked about, that in which the protest over the weekend caused the injury of at least one law enforcement officer. So a lot of emotion over that one in New York for sure. We're following that case. And then as well, we'll talk about another measles case that we're hearing about at Children's Hospital. So in this one, they're putting health officials locally, putting the word out that there were two different exposure locations, one at a South Philadelphia Health and Literacy Center, this on South Broad Street, and then the other one they're saying was at a CHOP Pediatric Primary Care South Philadelphia Health Center. And so these two, whether it's the CHOP locally or the library, basically, they believe that they may have been exposed to a measles case. So they want to alert people to these situations. We've been talking about this in the news. Measles cases on the rise. We had the one in South Jersey, and we had the other one in Montgomery County at KOP.
Fascinating how measles cases, whether it's one or 32 of them that pop up in an area, are now headline newsworthy based on this current administration. Was there never a measles case the last 5 years? I'm just wondering. I don't recall it being reported.
No, there hasn't. I mean, there may have been one outlier here or there, but no, there hasn't. And it's
Not
a
this
big,
many.
and it's a big story because
of the death.
and because we had this under control, and now with people coming into this country illegally, the unvaccinated, now it's cropping up again.
Right.
That's why it's an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've I think
So it's not a Bobby Kennedy blame game. It's a prior administration allowing people in that shouldn't be in here that are unvaccinated causing the issue. Did I interpret what you were saying correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in truth, when there's a case of measles, especially at a pediatric facility or a library where you have children under one who would be, you might have a baby or a pregnant lady who's, they usually do release these. I will say, they'll release these kinds of warnings, just like if they have some other serious diseases.
But this is stemming not from American citizens. This is stemming from people that have entered this country illegally.
No, the Texas case of the 6-year-old little girl who died, she was sick for 3 weeks. She's the first death in a decade. She is a Mennonite child.
Yes.
Okay.
American-born Mennonite.
Mm-hmm.
And so we now know more information. Her father has been speaking out. She was sick for 3 weeks. She was sick 3 weeks. And her parents at some point took her to a hospital. And then the hospital, I think early on perhaps, said just keep her cool and give her cold compresses. And by the time they took her back, because this was over a 3-week period, they admitted her, but it was too late.
So the Mennonite, the religion, I guess, is that's why they don't vaccinate?
They don't, yeah. So that has nothing to do with, just to clarify, that death, the first death in a decade, has absolutely nothing to do with, as far as they were not illegals. They're citizens. And the father was speaking out on that one. So that one is just a tragic one. But I do think it's on everybody's radar. But we have had a number of cases. We want to talk about, so we'll talk about the blood moon later on. That's supposed to be overnight into this evening. So I know many of you want to watch this. But since we talk about maybe a rare eclipse this evening, what about a rare, mysterious appearance of what washed up on a Jersey beach? It's a fun story with bottles of whiskey.
Yeah.
Not mine.
And this is like 100-year-old whiskey.
Yeah.
And these, I think just the bottles, the glass bottles alone are probably valuable. Maybe a collector would covet these. But it's a guy's Coast Guard. His name's Austin Cantagiacomo, and he was walking his dog one day on a Jersey beach, had the little doggy out, walking along. What are you sniffing, boy? What are you sniffing? Get away from that. And ultimately realized, at first thought it might be something else, but ultimately realized that these were rare bottles of quite beautiful glass clear bottles of whiskey.
Yeah, you can see them. If you're watching now on YouTube, you can see the bottles. He took pictures of them.
You think they're still good?
They might be. I mean, we don't know, but they could be. They look sealed up.
Yeah.
And where did where do they wash up on shore?
And so this was, and technically, Greg sent me this. He goes, technically, it is a local story.
Yeah.
Because in fact, it's which Jersey beach is it? It's
Margate.
Atlantic County.
Margate Pier.
So it's Margate.
Yeah.
That's the old Nucky Thompson, Al Capone, Boardwalk Empire stomping grounds in the Prohibition era.
So, like, he obviously found them in
11 bottles.
11. Look at the bottle. Look at those bottles. Wow.
Yeah, I would try one of those.
Of course.
That one on the left, that's real dark brown, looks like a Woodford.
So, do you think they were just somebody had them on a ship, and they just, you know what I mean? Like what? Why do they wash up on shore now? Do you think?
I don't know.
Well, they're saying that the area where they washed ashore, it could make sense that they would, during the Prohibition era back in the day, they would, they would travel by water.
Yeah.
So they would bring them up in a boat, and apparently they said it would make sense that it would be in that region.
I always love stories like this, especially the ones where like a bottle washes up on shore with a letter in it from somebody that wrote it, 85 years ago, and then it just drifts ashore from some random island all these decades later. By the way, I love the whole Prohibition era type stuff. I'd have been a great bootlegger back in the day. Maybe a little top hat and a machine gun.
The cool thing is he found 11 bottles. At first I thought, is this a scam? Did he find some old bottles? Some guy found some old glass bottles that are actually something that they might have used, and they have a raised, like a lettering on them that says Lincoln, but then he said there were 11 bottles. He gave them all, the 10 of them, he gave them to family and friends.
Oh, see, that's a nice guy. I would have put those on the,
Wasn't
on
selling
the web.
them.
So I would have sold those for about 2 G's a bottle.
Yeah.
He's with the Coast Guard. I don't see any reason to be suspicious. I don't. I think they just washed up. They're from 1928.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Phil, put up the one with his dog there, the one on the beach, because it was actually his dog. His Labradoodle,
sand.
His Labradoodle that found it. Where you had it up there, buddy? You had it up there.
Yeah, go back to it.
So this is what kind of dog is it? They said
it's like a Labradoodle or something. Yeah.
Mm.
And he started rolling around on the beach, and they're like, "Well, he only does that when he smells something weird." And
it's a sheepadoodle.
Excuse me, a
sheepadoodle.
Hypoallergenic.
I knew it wasn't a Labrador. It's a named Coda.
Yeah.
And so it's right near. It's just south. Basically, it's south of Atlantic City near Margate Pier. So you think about Atlantic City, you think about Prohibition era, and so I guess nobody's opened it up yet.
That's amazing.
That's a shame, actually.
It really is.
Nick would be walking by like, "Hey, would you want a taste tester?"
Yeah.
I would love to.
I would actually like to book this guy on the show, have him bring in his stash, or round it back up from his friends and family that he stupidly just gave it away to, and we do a live taste testing on the air. Probably going to be trash. I mean, there's no way from back, in 1929 or whatever, that this could possibly still be good, right? They didn't have the technology.
It could be.
You think?
Yeah.
You think they had the technology to preserve stuff that long back then?
If it has a wax seal and they have like a metal, because back in the day everything was like it's a glass bottle and then looks like a stainless steel screw-on cap, but it looks like they have like some kind of a wax seal.
Yeah.
And then you think about the ocean, because they think that it's theoretically that it's dredging, because you know how they're bringing up the sand and rebuilding the beaches,
right?
So if it was sort of settled in and buried on the ocean floor is very cool. It's cold.
True.
So unless it was over 70, 75 degrees, I think it potentially could be fine.
About that. All right.
So, he could probably sell it, and I don't know, maybe what would one of those sell for? Maybe you could.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm willing to spend $1.25 on that.
$1.25.
Well, it'd be more than that because it's historic. I don't know. Could he buy a boat? That brings us to our sponsor, Philadelphia Boat Show. Boat sale of the year. It's back, baby. Philadelphia Boat Show this weekend, March 14th to the 16th. Expo Center right there in Oaks. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats, bass boats. I always want to say bass. I don't know why. Like, I'm thinking about the music.
I know. When I read that as well,
boat.
I want to say bass, and
right?
then I hear the YouTube chat, and I hear Dawn's voice in my ear. They're like, it's bass. Bass. And I say bass now.
Turn up the bass in the pontoon boat. The bass boat is for fishing. BWCs and more. See PhillyBoatShow.com for all the deets for the tickets. Thank you, Philadelphia Boat Show. So I don't know if we're going to see this lunar blood moon eclipse this evening because it starts at midnight tonight and then goes all the way until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning with this eclipse. And you can look at it, this one, they say.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's going to be cloudy because we do have rain. Clouds and rain moving in.
Yeah, further proof, though, with this blood moon that the red wave has came. Even the moon is going red.
Has came? Where did you grow up? Has came? Oh, my God. Jesus, man. Like, in your head, that sounds correct.
Folks, I actually got into law school. You believe that?
Oh, my God.
Maybe he did it just to trigger you, Greg Stone.
No, that was just a total.
God.
That was a total whiff by me. That's on me, folks. I'm taking one right here, 618.
Well, this is Kayal and Company News Live.
I'm going to actually reconsider everything I've ever said and done, and we'll get to the big take on the other side. Actually, are we going to do the big take now?
No, let's
do it on the other side. Yeah. Okay. All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Big take is on the other side. It's all about the economy, and then we will get into the Stephanie Ruhle, John Fetterman conversation, as well as one newspaper columnist ripping MAGA, Trump, and the Eagles for going to the White House coming up on April 28th. But the big take is up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
This March, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 SSV, just $43,999. Plus, upfit services are available for lights, sirens, plows, and more. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT, just $199 a month for 36 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at spectrumwp.com. WPHT.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.25 Thursday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, The Cut Sheet, 745. Also a very cool story today, and I think maybe we will all have somewhat of different answers as parents. Interesting story from WFMZ up in the Lehigh Valley on the appropriate age to start leaving your children at home alone. That's coming up in just a little bit. But before all of that, let's get down to business. Time for a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. It's the economy stupid. You can call it Trumponomics. You can call it the MAGA market. Call it what you will and whatever you'd like. But we could be getting ready to call it a sign of good things coming. Remember when inflation increased for January and the Democrats blamed it on Donald Trump? We talked about it on this show. Remember, Trump was in office for all of, 9 days in January? Well, February, his first full month, showed that things are getting better for Americans who live paycheck to paycheck. And I've made it very clear where I stand on this show. I think Democrats are clinging to, hoping for, and praying that the economy bottoms out with Trump because it's all they would have left. You can't talk about the border. In month number 1, Trump set a 25-year low for illegal border crossings. You can't really talk about global peace because Trump could very well have both wars finished up in his first 100 days. And you can cry all you want about Doge, Elon Musk, and gutting federal agencies, but the majority, 54% of Americans, approve of it, and 78 million voted for it. And I call a spade on this show. Pam Bondi, no problem ripping her as I have. Where are the Epstein files? As I said yesterday on this show, I'm not interested in being played. In fact, I like to judge my party and the people I voted for as harshly as the Democrats. But we keep hearing about the fear of tariffs and the repercussions if things go south, which is interesting because nobody cares to talk about how Trump utilized tariffs successfully in his first term. It's like he just randomly decided to start using them now with no knowledge of how they work and the implications, the rolling of a dice, the gamble that he's taking. Nobody talks about economies like China and other nations that utilize tariffs. Sure, we hear about the percentages which they tax on us, but we don't hear that their economies have hit the you-know-what. Everything Trump says or does is countered by the fear of, what if, from the Democrats, and the what ifs and the fear from the mainstream media. But let's share some facts for February, not what ifs. The first Trump monthly inflation report came out yesterday on Wednesday, and here was CNN showing the surprisingly good results. Listen and watch.
Finally, we have some good news on the economy and really the number one issue for many Americans, the cost of living. So we just learned that consumer prices in February increased by 2.8% year over year, 0.2% month over month. Both of these figures were a step in the right direction, and both were better than expected. So this is definitely very encouraging to see, because it's going to, I think, relieve some fears that inflation was perhaps re-accelerating, because this actually breaks a streak of 4 straight months where I think you could see it on the chart all the way to the right, where the inflation rate was going in the wrong direction, right? It was going higher and higher. Finally, we're seeing it dip.
According to AAA, gas prices also down as the average price per gallon in America is $3.09, which is the best price for the month of March since March of 2021. Egg prices also down about 80 cents per dozen, but it gets better. If you're in the market for a house, it is slowly but surely inching back towards a reality for many seeking that mortgage that many thought was out of reach. According to Bloomberg, U.S. mortgage rates dipped for the 6th consecutive week, which is the lowest since the month of December. On the inflation front, the core CPI, Consumer Price Index, which excludes the volatile food and energy prices, that came in at 3.1%, which was the lowest reading since April of 2021. Now, the stock market has certainly been up and down and very volatile as of late, but it's seemingly starting to stabilize. But when it comes to 401ks, the Wall Street Journal was a very interesting story on the Trump voters out there that are not worried about their retirement. Headline, quote, "Meet the Trump voters downplaying hits to their 401ks. They go on to write, major stock indexes have logged their worst start to a presidential term since 2009. Further, they write, many Americans watched their retirement accounts grow during President Trump's first term and voted for him again, believing that their balances would swell once he returned to office. Instead, their nest eggs have languished during the early weeks of his second term. The average 401k balance was around $132,000 at the end of 2024, the second highest level on record and a 44% jump from a decade earlier, according to Fidelity. Stocks generally performed well in Trump's first term. The S&P 500 index jumped about 67% during Trump's first term, compared to 56% with Joe Biden in his presidency. They spoke to multiple voters of Trump in the South. Lisa Paris of LaGrange, Kentucky, and her husband were expecting a market reset within the next year, but were still surprised by the sluggish economic performance during the first months of Trump's return to office. The couple say they lost about $70,000 in retirement savings since January. Quote, "It's going to hurt a little bit to heal correctly," 58-year-old Paris said, comparing Trump's treatment of the economy to supporting a broken bone with a splint. Quote, "If you don't set the bone, you're going to get a wobbly healing, and it's not going to be strong. But if you set it, it's going to hurt, but it will be stronger than it was before." Paris's husband, a registered Republican who doesn't support Trump, is concerned about the portfolio's decline, especially with the couple approaching retirement. But Paris said he thinks the changes, particularly Trump's tariffs on Mexico and Canadian products, will lead, in fact, to long-term gains. And if you're having doubts and fear about the economy, and that's maybe kicked in for you a little bit, let me reassure you. Let me give you some hope. Let me give you some faith. Jim Cramer, CNBC, who hasn't been correct in years, had this to say. Listen and watch.
Let's talk about stock prices in the White House. Now, this weekend, the president said he's not focused on the stock market. Maybe if you're in power, you're not up for re-election, the stock market could be ignored. That's just one problem. This is what the president's forgetting. The stock market serves a dual role. Yes, it makes rich people richer, no doubt, at least when it's going up. But when it goes down, it can also be a signal that things aren't well in the economy, that business could be getting tougher, and that layoffs could be on the table. Now, big picture, I mostly agree with the president's attitude toward trade. Even if I disagree with the details and certainly don't like the angry way he's handling it, let's do it. All right, listen to me, guys. Right now, the market is trying to tell President Trump that he shouldn't be so rancorous and angry. Just try to get the job done sotto voce, under the, just fly lower, please. And if he keeps ignoring that message, we could end up a hell of a lot lower than where we are with stocks and with the economy.
If Mr. Mad Money says it's going to rain, expect sun. If Kramer says bet on the Eagles, wager on their opponent. If he says the market is good, I hope you've been saving up for a rainy day. If he says the market is poor, go buy yourself a pontoon boat. You get my drift? And it's also all about energy. Most of us are aware of that. Here was Donald Trump's reaction yesterday to the economy after one full month. Listen and watch.
I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel. And that's faster than I would have anticipated. We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and with what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job.
Finally, let's obliterate MSNBC, or whatever is left of that network, shall we? Here is a Democratic strategist on live TV with her head up her butt, disrespecting Trump voters by saying that you aren't wealthy enough to afford a Tesla. Listen and watch this.
I mean, really, the president is basically a car salesman now. It's just astounding with everything that's going on. I mean, literally, with everything that's going on in the world, he's taking time out of his day to array 4 or 5 Teslas on the White House lawn and basically act like a showroom salesman. By the way, I don't know who he thinks is buying Teslas, but I can guarantee you that they're out of reach, many of them, for the average Trump voter. So I'm not sure who in the MAGA universe he's urging to buy Teslas, because Teslas consistently, in previous iterations, were bought by wealthier, more environmentally conscious people. And so, if he's trying to now get MAGA to go buy Teslas, I think that's not going to be very successful.
Mike Opelka might disagree with that entire clip. And the last time I checked, Trump voters are not dirt poor Southern farmers driving around in a 1997 vehicle. There are Southern blue-collar workers in MAGA. Same thing here in the Northeast. There's also corporate CEOs out there that are MAGA. There's the country club golfer demographic out there that is MAGA. And I remember when I interviewed here at 1210 WPHT about 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago this week, our market manager said the audience is a high-end boutique shop with loyal, wealthy, powerful listeners with disposable income. That is almost a verbatim quote. And this lady on TV is spitting in the face of Trump voters on an economic front, saying the average Trump supporter can't afford a Tesla. I would advise that Democratic strategist to just shut it down, because we are in no way doing a victory lap on the economy. At least I'm not. But 1 month in, I feel like Trump has us on the right path. And if he doesn't, you know that I will hold his feet to the fire. But if the border, Doge, and being on the verge of peace in global wars, 2 of them actually, is any indicator, as well as Trump's first term, I think the economy will right itself in due time. In the meantime, just keep doing the 4 Ds. Drill, Doge, drain, and deport. Say it with me, everybody. Drill, Doge, drain, and deport. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210. That's how you jump aboard. We're on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can have your voice heard in our YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Dawn, I know you're always paying attention to the economy, things like the Fed, the interest rates. your thoughts on all the seemingly positive direction we are going in with the economy for one full month of Donald Trump?
Well, I will say, I'm always half glass full. I will say that the CPI numbers that came out, and as you pointed out, they don't include the food or energy, but the issue is that CPI snapshot. Well, it really is just a snapshot. It was all gathered prior to the tariff talks. So I simply wonder what happens when all of that is factored in.
Yeah, things could change in April and May for sure.
So I think it's a good sign that inflation is cooling. There's a Fed decision coming up. I think this is all one big negotiation back and forth. And now I'm going to counter your counter tariffs. I think the tariff stuff makes people nervous. I was just checking out the futures market. I mean, the Dow was up yesterday, and this morning the Dow futures are up. S&P 500 up, NASDAQ slightly down. We'll see. But as far as the 401ks, that's something, I think you have to watch it and you have to care about it. And so you think, I hope they know what they're doing.
I'm wondering about that lady in the Wall Street Journal that lost $70,000. I'd love to know. There's no way to
Since January, she lost
Since
$70,000.
January.
Yeah.
There's no way that lady, I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. Yeah, I mentioned the Wall Street Journal said that the average 401k is about $132,000. Something tells me that her 401k is well north of that, because if she lost 70 since January, she lost over 50%. There's no way you could be happy about that.
Right. And so I will just say this. During Trump, Larry and I, everything was way up, and then it was kind of a roller coaster. But toward the end of the last administration, it's true, under the Biden administration, toward the end, it did go up. So, I think at this point, you're kind of used to this little roller coaster ride. Hopefully, you change up your investments so you make sure, depending on when you're set for your retirement, you want to make sure that you don't have volatility in there, and that's just smart. Looking at there are some polls out that say that Trump is, I'm looking at, what is this one? A Reuters Ipsos poll. 70% of Americans believe the tariffs are going to push the prices higher, and 41% believe that Trump's economic policies will pay off in the long run. That's only 41%. So I will say this: Trump watches these polls more than I do, more than anybody.
Oh, he's very focused. He's very focused on what people say about him, whether it's in a poll or on television.
Yeah. So he will make the in-flight adjustments.
Okay.
But I simply think it's all talk.
Here's the problem too: is that yes, it's the recession talk and all of that stuff is major news on all the channels. But if whatever side's in power, if the other side would stop dunking on, like, I have a tweet from 2022 or 23 from the House Judiciary, the official House Judiciary Twitter, saying, if you look at your 401k today, remember that it was all brought to you by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And Trump, when he wasn't in office, said, boy, the stock market's crashing. This is all Joe Biden's fault. So if they wouldn't dunk on the Biden administration for it, maybe we wouldn't, do the same thing now. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I think that the truth is that, whatever they do, we should not be so reactionary. And that's kind of my point was that, during every administration, I see it go up and go down, and it's going to do that if you have everything invested properly and wisely, depending on your plan.
Right.
So the closer you are to your retirement, you know that you want less risk. And I think that's part of the game. And to Greg's point, you're exactly right. Elon Musk tweeted about this, within the last week.
Yeah.
When my stepkids were younger, we put money, we let them choose, and we just put money in, and we do this with our boys. And so Stacia wanted Disney, Jonathan wanted Apple. Well, by the time she got married, I will just say that was well over a six-figure sum.
Right.
So, and we never touched it. It was just, put this away. This is your Disney.
Forget it exists. Come back and look at it
and
years
Elon
later.
said that. Find something you love. Put in a little bit, even if it's your coffee money.
Right.
Maybe it's your whiskey money instead of whiskey. Maybe it's giving up seed oil or burgers or whatever that is. A little bit here, a little. And if you just leave it alone and let her ride, you'll do quite well. But if you're sitting there micromanaging it and freaking out about it,
you can't look at those stock prices on a daily basis and get into emotional responses and then do stupid things, right?
Yep.
That's the best advice I could give, and I'm not advised to give any financial advice. 855-839-1210, 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Piazza Auto Group at Porsche, Delaware. It is excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. Schedule an appointment online today at PorscheDelaware.com. All right, let's get into this. We've got two stories of kind of a local angle. Obviously, the Eagles are going to the White House. I've got a USA Today column I want to get into about how Donald Trump, the headline is, has successfully coerced the Eagles into providing cover for his cruelty, writes a columnist for the USA Today. And then we have to get to the other local Trump angle, and that is John Fetterman clashing with Stephanie Ruhle of MSNBC on Trump and oligarchs. Both of those on the way to wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and then following Dawn's news in the 7 o'clock hour, as we're just about an hour away from the cut sheet and our boy Sean Farish. Back after this on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code My Energy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Oracene with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I don't want to hear about it anymore. It's a shame I've got to live without you anymore. There's a fire in my heart, a pounding in my brains, driving me crazy.
It's Kayal and Company. 648. It's a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So many good stories to get to, including this one. Kudos to Stalker for finding this one. I did not see this. The USA Today. And I don't know if anybody actually still reads the USA Today or has a USA Today sent to them.
I like the way you call it.
The USA Today. Nobody calls it that either.
Or USA Today.
That was cute.
And they have this secondary site, which is also interesting. Because considering I don't think anybody reads USA Today, so they have this other like sub-publication. I think it's a digital-only version called FTW for the Win. And the writer, his name is Michael Sykes. And the headline is, Eagles White House visit with Donald Trump only covers for his cruelty. And he talks about how the Eagles accepted the Super Bowl invitation and they are enthusiastically accepting the invite. And he says the following in his column. Thus ends one of the highest profile will they or won't they sagas of the year. Initially, the report, we talked about this, from The Sun said the team would not accept the invitation. That actually ended up being false. Then a report from Front Office Sports surfaced saying that the team would accept the invite. And as we played, I think either yesterday or 2 days ago on the cut sheet, Caroline Levitt said it will be Monday, April 28th. He writes, Michael Sykes, as an Eagles fan, so I guess he might have local ties, although I'm looking at his Twitter profile, it says he's from Maryland. I'd be extremely grateful if this scheduled visit could go down the same path. Accepting an invitation offered by this White House is a grave mistake. I'm sure some of you are audibly groaning reading this right now. This won't jive with the Keep Politics Out of Sports coalition that only seems to clutch its pearls when the politics point in one direction. But that's neither here nor there. This isn't necessarily about political viewpoints or protecting some pie-in-the-sky idea of the sanctity of the office. He goes on to write a couple of other things. He says, but don't get it twisted. Sports have been used to sanitize political figureheads for more than a century now. He uses some historical context with Teddy Roosevelt and other politicians and presidents with pro teams and championship franchises coming to the White House. Then he rounds back, he says, which brings us back to the Eagles. Many people will tell you, despite any misgivings that any Eagles players, executives, or staff might have with Trump and the way he's running the country, that it's important to make the White House visit anyway. They'll say it's important to respect the office and uphold a sacred American tradition. I'm here to tell you that none of that is true. Why should the Eagles have respect for the office when himself, the president, does not? Shaking hands with this president, a man who's been convicted on 34 counts of felonies and illegally influencing, blah, blah, blah. He brings up the past legal stuff. He says it means shaking hands with the man who has cut thousands of federal jobs. So he's in his feelings about Doge. He says if the Eagles fans are okay with this, fine. That's a decision that the team will ultimately have to make. I just hope they know it's a decision that will land them on the wrong side of history. So that's Michael Sykes saying he's not writing a political column, but it's all political, which is very, very fascinating. I think he aspires to be Mike Freeman, who always likes to write about race in sports. He'll end up on a future ESPN show that'll be canceled in 18 months. So the way I always look at this is he's trying to say, well, it's the keep politics out of sports one-way crowd. It's not even close to that. It really isn't. If you think about it, I have always said this when we have politics and sports blending together. It's either a do not enter or we make it a 2-lane highway. But what we have been dealing with for 10 years in the Trump era of politics is this one-way street. And it's gone on for longer than that, but I'll just, keep it to the Trump era. So left-wing political views are allowed to permeate and creep into sports conversations, but the counterpoint is taboo, right? And I'm sure that this guy had no problem when the Lakers and LeBron James in the pandemic bubble of 2020 won the NBA Finals and rejected going to the White House and visiting Donald Trump. Here's my stance on this, and I just want to make it crystal clear. I think all teams should go to the White House, whether you're a college or pro sports franchise, when you win a championship and the invitation is extended to you. And you don't have to like politicians. You don't have to like the person in office. And I'm not even saying that you need to be, overly gracious and grateful. But I do think you should respect the sanctity of the office. And if you don't like the sanctity of the office, what that tells me is you don't like America. And if you don't like America, then leave. And again, I get it. Politics are corrupt. Politicians are bad people. But what the office stands for is the values, the freedoms, and the rights that we have been afforded from the Constitution and the Bill of Rights as a citizen in this country. And if you're not on board with that, then that tells me you don't like America. And if you don't like America, then as Rosie O'Donnell did, put your money where your mouth is and actually just leave. To me, this is crazy. Again, Dawn, I don't think you have to like Joe Biden or like Trump. But, going to the White House one time, pretty cool, right? And I don't think Trump's necessarily going to shake every 53 player. Not every single person's going to get a handshake. You don't have to like it if Trump serves up beef tallow, steak and shake burgers and fries. But, to me, just go. Yeah. You're not going to be – you have more to lose, I think, as a team or a player by not going than if you go and trigger a few that say, bro, I would have turned that down. You know what Trump stands for. I think you go. And I would have went with Biden.
Gone. I will say this. I will say this, that I think these things used to be perfunctory.
Yeah.
And it's almost a smarter strategy just to allow it to be perfunctory. It's a photo op. We went. Yeah, blah, blah. You actually you highlight it more and make a bigger stink out of it when you do something overt. When you say, I'm not going to go, and then everybody talks about it. But people will talk about this less. This guy, he's still back in he's way back in the past. And so what's his name? Mike, whatever?
Michael Sykes.
Yeah, well, Michael, talk about reality, because you're way in the past. Everybody's over it. Nobody's talking about the felony convictions. You know why? Because most of the country believes that they were persecution. It was all political. And the example that proves that to me is the fact that nobody is talking about it. It was all politics.
And that's
really
won,
what it was.
And Trump won the popular vote. So I think people really gloss over that. This is the majority of Americans now. Trump's not the minority that won the Electoral College. Yeah. He took the electoral and the popular.
And I think people are still in some very progressive folks are still in shock.
Oh, yeah, they are.
After that. But I think most smart, rational people say, okay. And I think that's Fetterman. I think that most people look at this and say, okay, maybe I didn't understand all of this, but the majority of the country looked at the Democrat Party and said they're not in step with the regular people of this country, with the regular working citizens of this country. And so I think that the person who is in politics, who looks so radical and far out and crazy, is not the person you ever want to be in politics, because after all, think about what we started out with. We started out talking about the fact that these policies hold in their hands your future, your 401k, your investments. Trump was just talking about it yesterday, I think it was yesterday, and he said, this is a serious situation. He was sitting there with the little Irish, premier, and he's saying, this is a serious situation. This could be or could have been World War III. And that affects everybody. That affects the world, Russia, Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, October 7th, Afghanistan, the economy, all of this. And so to me, when Trump was saying that just yesterday, I thought, okay, this is about your last week that you can still talk about the last administration and what you inherited. Because to be consistent, we all talked about the last administration. They inherited, despite the pandemic, inflation was still low. We all talked about it here. But I will be consistent and say this administration is on a clock. It's a clock just like a sports clock, and everybody's watching that clock because we're all affected by it, right?
Yep.
And so at some point people say, whatever your party is, yeah, you can't talk about the past administration. That was one of the problems for the Biden-Harris administration.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. News with Dawn to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then John Fetterman and Stephanie Rule clash on Trump and oligarchs as we continue. It's Kayal and Company, hour 2 next.
You know, when you're choosing a lawn care service, I'm loving this weather. We have this warm weather, a little rain coming in today. The lawn, it looks good. It's already greening up. And that's why it's important to me, as far as years ago, choosing Natural Lawn of America. It makes sense, doesn't it, that you're going to hire a company when you're shopping around. You're going to hire that company that does provide the best results, and it's safer for your family and your pets. And that's why my husband and I chose Natural Lawn of America in the first place. That's our lawn care company for our home. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green. And that does protect the safety of your family, your pets, your kids, your grandkids. Maybe you're going to have an Easter egg hunt coming up soon, and you put all those little plastic eggs all over the yard, and you can know that when the kids or the grandkiddies, they're running around, they're safe because you have those organic fertilizers, safe for weed and insect controls, and they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. So don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners who are switching to Natural Lawn Saver services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today. Get free seeding every year if you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. Call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hour 2 of Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. It's brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet in just about 40 minutes. Sean Farish will join us from Tennessee. Also, shout out to everybody who was with us late in the show yesterday as we were approaching Today in Music History, as we played you that musical rendition of True Colors from, I believe it's the Duggar Band. I think last night they posted a follow-up video.
Yeah.
They shot up all the way to number 2 on iTunes in the Today's Country charts, and I think number 8 overall globally on iTunes.
Nice.
So, yeah. I actually listened to the whole song yesterday, not just the chorus that we played for you. And maybe we could play the full thing later. If not, no big deal. The only thing I can think of as to why that channel in Nashville, Channel 4, the NBC affiliate, refused to allow them to perform that on television on their, I think it was in one of their in-studio sets, is there is a stretch of the lyrics, not that this is justifiable, but they say, fight, fight, fight. And I think that is in regards to Trump after being shot.
How many songs
fight, fight.
How many songs have fight, fight, fight?
That's true. And that's the only thing I can think of.
It's ridiculous.
Even though that's still an absurd reason not to.
Yeah.
But it's I listened to it about 5 times last night, so I like the song, and I'm going to keep playing it.
Well, Nick's alma mater, Fight, Fight, Fight. That's in the Temple.
The Cherry and the White.
Right?
Fight. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I never knew Temple was MAGA. Who knew that? Unbelievable.
That was. Remember, I told you we visited this. I think was it this past. I forget when it was. Where we visited Temple's campus. We're looking at colleges with David.
And then you were like, nah, North Broad.
No,
nighttime.
they have a great. I mean, the Luke Klein was a mentor. I mean, of mine. So that's the Luke Klein Communication School at Temple, and they have they're building a new building and all. But they had the band coming through, and they were doing the fight song, and they're in red, and I'm like, oh wow, look! I didn't know they're. And I said it loudly.
Yeah.
I go, look, that's for Trump. And my husband's like, Dawn,
Yeah. No.
No, he just didn't want to deal with,
Right. All right. A couple of other things we'll get to as well. This Fetterman Stephanie Rule story And this clip we're going to play for you, a back and forth, an exchange between the two. Very good. And then hopefully if we have time before the cut sheet, how young is too young for kids to be left home alone?
Good question.
We're actually going through that right now personally, myself, with my wife and I and our daughter. So I think we all have a thought or two on this.
How old are they, 10?
Yes, they will be 11 in September.
I was left home alone at 10.
Yeah? Were you like Macaulay Culkin? Did you...
Maybe 11.
Movie Trap the House from Bandits?
Maybe it was 11.
11?
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Because I'm part of the greatest generation, Gen X,
Yes.
when parents didn't coddle us.
Yes.
Like, oh, what could a stranger come in the house? No stranger's going to come in the house in Wind Gap, Pennsylvania.
Don't tell Dawn that. She sees bad people everywhere she walks.
I know. Well, it depends, though. If you have so we'll look at this. We'll talk about this because it depends on law. There are laws.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
There are some states have strict laws on this.
Yep. That's true.
And then as well, but we can talk about boys versus girls because boys are going to do things like see if you take a Bic pen and you take the back of the cap off the back of it, then you put a lighter at and you see if it pops off, and then you've got ink all over the house. That's what I don't think a girl would do that.
Yeah.
Boys might do that.
Don't tell us yet, because I do want to get into this. Don't tell us yet. This is just a tease, Don Stenson.
Right.
But
and I do not endorse Bic pens.
I'm
a pilot guy.
I want to know how old your kids were when you finally left them home alone. Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet. But I think we should take a wager.
Yeah.
Nick, Kayal, you and I, you like to bet.
Rumor has it.
Let's take a bet on the age. And if you want to get in on the YouTube chat, too, and guess the age that Dawn Stensland and Larry Menti finally, and it's not Larry's fault, it's definitely Dawn.
Oh, 100%.
Left her kids home alone for the first time.
All right. We'll do that coming up shortly, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:08. Dawn Stensland.
So good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by the Philadelphia Boat Show this morning. And we're having a cooler, rainy day, so we'll talk about the forecast in just a moment. In the news this morning, a 150-acre wildfire is now threatening a lot of buildings, dozens of buildings, including a local grade school. This is South Jersey firefighters and the New Jersey Forest Fire Service. They're the first ones who responded to this fire. They're calling it the Scotland Run wildfire. And so in this one, it's Franklin Township, Gloucester County, New Jersey. And so as of this morning, the fire officials there say the wildfire, they've contained at least 50%. It still is threatening at least 20 of those buildings, including, like I say, at least one grade school. So that means that the fire threatened 60 structures. So they've, like I say, 50% contained. They made a lot of progress overnight with the help, they say, of these volunteer firefighters who've been protecting these structures. So they're overnight, a lot of hard work because they're spraying. What they're doing is they're spraying down the structures, and then as well creating situations where they try to divert the flames, that sort of thing. So New Jersey Fire Service is still in the area. All the fire engines, bulldozers, ground crews. So if you're in and around that area, you're wondering about the road closures. That's what's going on here. I don't have reports of injuries, thankfully. These are dangerous for mostly these first responders and these volunteer firefighters who, by the way, aren't going to go to work this morning because they're volunteering. So we want to thank you for your service as we watch that. And I would say for the rain that's upcoming later today, that's a welcome sight for when you think about a wildfire like this one. By the way, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they're advising you to deal with certain types of invasive species. And it is National Invasive Species Awareness Week. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I was actually going
to
to carve out a little of my free time today to really hone in on that.
It's my favorite thing.
Can we get an explanation? Do we have further?
I wish I had audio of somebody going, "This is National Invasive Species Awareness Week." People.
You know they're covering this right now in WHYY.
Yes. Yeah, we could do like a spoof.
Yeah, a deep dive into. Yeah, it's National Invasive Species
Arthur,
Week.
yes. Arthur, what do you think is the most invasive species?
Women.
Oh, this is good. This is women. What do you mean? Why am I laughing? No. Children. Maybe
Yes.
children
Yes.
are the most invasive species. But seriously, that's what they're calling it, National Invasive Species Week. And so they're saying that, the best way to get rid of these little suckers is to eat them. And so we got to talk about this morning as we look at that. They're saying the best way during hunting, fishing, is to hunt them, fish them, and eat them. That's the bottom line on this one.
Okay.
So it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and this specifically is New Jersey. And so they're saying that these critters cause ecological nightmares. They don't belong here, and they really mess up our ecosystems. So what are we talking about? Feral hogs, also known as a wild boar. And they're not native to our continent. They're from Europe and Asia. Somebody brought them here, but now they're invasive species in our region. I don't know if they're running around in Jersey, if it's a new, I don't know. The green iguana is another one, invasive here. Invasive carp, also known as black carp, grass carp, or silver species.
Okay.
In our rivers and our lakes.
Sure. A lot of people, carp fishermen out there.
So northern snakehead. None of these are native to our area. And nutria, which is one I've never heard of. And this is another kind of invasive fish. Nutria.
Okay.
So mostly fish. The only, except for the feral hog or the wild boar.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can go for some wild boar right now.
Go on.
Barbecue sauce.
So they're saying the best thing to do, hunt them and eat them.
Yeah. Nutria. That sounds like a maha type fish. Sounds like something Bobby Kennedy would eat. Nutria. It just sounds healthy, doesn't it?
It does sound healthy. I guess it is, but
Yeah.
it's just I really just wanted to say National Invasive Species Awareness Week in the news.
Yep.
That was the whole goal of the story. I apologize. So we have that one going on. We're going to talk about this this eclipse, this lunar eclipse that's happening as well this evening. Starts at midnight, goes to 6 in the morning. And so in this one, they're saying it's a blood worm moon.
Blood worm moon.
Blood worm.
So it'll start when we are asleep, and it'll come to a close right as we begin the show.
It kind of gets good about 3 o'clock in the morning. Between 3 and 6 is when it gets good.
Well, Stalker told them
So
they
we're
had
up
to
there.
they had to wrap up because, as you know,
We start at 6 a.m.
so the moon's been advised.
By the way, on YouTube right now, thank you, Phil Almquist.
What?
He started a poll. At what age did Dawn finally leave her kids alone? And there are 4 choices. 10 to 12, 12 to 14, 14 to 16, and over 16. And let me vote there. Right now, between 14 and 16 and over is winning.
Okay.
Don't give. I don't
Don't
want to
say
see.
anything?
I don't want to see a poker face yet.
Yeah.
Keep voting. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to vote on this.
Phil taking the initiative to
I like
launch
it.
his own poll.
I like it.
We didn't even ask for it.
All the Phil timers out there.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. By the way, 2 things, just looking at this, the not our brush fires, but remember the fire, what was that? Was it on Monday or last week? They're saying that a New York brush fire that we had talked about, wildfires, they were not started by Senator Chuck Schumer grilling. Nope. It was a resident who was making s'mores. So all these camping warnings going out. If you're making s'mores or you're doing some grilling, be careful.
If you can't control your own little campfire, it's just outrageous.
It's true.
I mean, it really is. Have a clue of what you're doing.
Yep. It's ridiculous.
It really is. By the way, s'mores are completely overrated.
No, they're so messy and gross.
This is North Jersey, but I do want to say this is a breaking story this morning that we remember when another CEO, when this sparked national and international news, was targeted. In this one, there's another CEO that allegedly is being targeted in North Jersey, their North Jersey home. They were victimized by an arsonist, and this is the home of a biggity big executive from the pharmaceutical giant Bayer. And so now they believe that this was a targeted situation. And so the company is famous for obviously Bayer aspirin and Aleve, but they also merged with Monsanto, who's often in the news, and also the maker of that controversial weed killer, Roundup. So the
The
home
one that's killing everybody.
That's why you should use natural lawn.
Thank you.
Organic and safe for family and pets.
Thank you.
Can I? All right.
But
Any of those? Well, I don't. We don't use them because we have Natural Lawn of America. But I will say with those, any kind of a weed killer that's not like organic, you have to be careful. You have to wear proper masking or be careful of if it's hot and the air is stagnant. I think that's part of what all this is. You're breathing in whatever.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a rule that you should follow with anything.
So this Bayer guy is apparently reportedly being targeted.
They believe now that this is the search for someone who clearly the authorities, the investigators say targeted this executive.
So we have another Luigi out there.
Well, in this one, thank God, in this one, no significant damages. Nobody was hurt. But that's the latest here. At first, they thought that they did. They're investigating it, and now they're confident that this was a situation that somebody was trying to harm this CEO of pharmaceutical giant Bayer and their family.
By the way, this is horrendous. I just
What?
pulled this from the New York Post. No, that's the way you were saying. Luigi Mangione, speaking of him, gets his largest donation yet from a mystery giver. What the heck? He got an anonymous giver gave a staggering $36,000 earlier this week, topping the previous record of $30,000 as the total exploded to over $722,000 they've raised for his defense fund.
It's unbelievable. All these ridiculous GoFundMes.
By the way, I think I might know, and I'm just guessing here, but I think I might know who the anonymous donor was.
Okay.
Roll it, Phil.
Yeah, they brought it back a couple of times,
Oh, this
and
guy.
they went with cheaper leather.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because some corporate had to give himself a bonus check at the end of the year. What if we made it worse, but made it look the same?
Yeah.
Then could our pools be bigger? Free Luigi!
Yeah. All right, Bill.
gosh.
I'm so tired of that guy. His little act on the hating on billionaires, which is actually a perfect segue to the Fetterman Stephanie Rule stuff we'll get to.
You can hate on billionaires all you want to, but like free Luigi, really?
Yeah.
$722,000 for the Luigi Mangione Defense Fund.
Yep.
What is it? We're a sick society. We
Yep.
are a sick society.
Yep.
And getting sicker.
Yep.
And we'll also, are we going to talk about Snow White?
Oh, woke Snow White. I
Right.
had that on yesterday's show sheet. We never got to it, but
to
by
it.
all means, knock yourself out.
The Disney, we don't have to talk about it
go
now,
ahead.
but one of the headlines inside Snow White's movie nightmare as Disney, quote, doesn't know what to do with their outspoken star Rachel Zegler.
Yeah, well, here's an
who's
idea.
playing Snow White.
Don't cast AOC for a Disney role. Seriously. Looks just like AOC, talks just like AOC, has the same left-wing political anti-male ideologies as AOC. You really think that they're going to... Would you take it to the bank right now? Would you empty out the 401k and wager on the woke Snow White bombing in theaters? I would.
Yes, 100%.
It is going to bomb. Again.
How much did they spend a fortune on this thing?
Stop hiring people that are entertainers that are more known for their political views.
Yep.
You're destroying your own brand for nothing. For what? Virtue signaling? Stupid.
And in this, the weird piece of this is Gail, I know it's pronounced Gadot, but Gail Gadot, who plays the evil stepmother, is actually so beautiful, and she's been silent. She's trying to tell the Snow White actress, like, psh, zip it, honey.
Yeah.
So in this one, they have pretty much canceled or downsized everything. The red carpet, they're so worried about what this young actress is going to say.
Yeah, she's uncontrollable.
What a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for free speech, but you're bad for business, right?
But they've canceled the red carpet. They've canceled pretty much everything. And then they have not just her speaking out, but they had actor Peter Dinklage, right, who spoke out about, what is it called? Achondroplasia, which is a form of, quote, dwarfism. But he had spoken out about the fact that to say the word dwarf you're not supposed to say that.
Oh, that's right, yeah. You can't say that word. You can't say the M word anymore for short people.
And so he just had put the movie down as well.
Right, yeah. I don't know.
The M word.
Try selling movie tickets. Novel concept.
Yeah, it really is. It's unreal. All right, we have to break.
Oh, we do? Okay,
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Boat Show, the boat sale of the year, it's back. Thank God for the boat show. We have good news. Philadelphia Boat Show this weekend, March 14th to the 16th, Expo Center Oaks, top tri-state dealers. They are ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats. They've got the bass boats. They've got the PWCs and more. See PhillyBoatShow.com. PhillyBoatShow.com. Get all the details. Get your tickets. Philadelphia Boat Show, Kayal & Company.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. I've been teasing the Fetterman-Stephanie Rule exchange. It's about a 2-minute clip. We'll save that for the cut sheet. That'll actually fall in perfectly for when Sean joins us. But coming up next, Home Alone. How young is too young for kids? And who's accurate with their vote on our YouTube poll?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. What is the age Dawn finally left her kids alone?
34.
10 to 12, 12 to 14, 14 to 16, over 16. Right now, it's a mixed bag. Right now, over 16 is winning with 32%.
Okay, we'll get into that conversation coming up next. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we are talking about Mercedes-Benz today, the extensive selection at MB of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, where they combine luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you will find a luxury vehicle that meets your every needs. And so you can schedule a test drive today behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City by just simply going to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just one day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is 2 for the price of 1. Snag 2 for $5 on the first Hatfield Phillies Franks BOGO night, Monday, April 14th, when the Phils host the Giants at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Baseball is a team sport, and it's always more fun with friends. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Gather your group of 25 or more and visit Phillies.com/groups for more info and to purchase tickets today.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. Never gets old. Kayal and Company. The show that reportedly is based in politics but doesn't sound like a political show. Nick, Dawn, and Greg with you as we roll on. Sean Farish joining us in, we'll call it 20 minutes. I'd say 17 minutes, but there's no chance that we will be back right at 7:45 because we babble. That's a good problem to have when you're a talk radio host. Crazy, I know. WFMZ, locally owned television channel up in the Lehigh Valley, Northampton, Lehigh County, Berks County. Interesting story. The title, Home Alone. How young is too young for kids? They write, if you're a parent, you might wonder when it's safe to leave your child home without supervision. But research shows that more than 40% of children are left home alone at some time. But what age is appropriate? And how should you plan for it? We all know the famous scene from the movie Home Alone, but what age is okay to leave your kids at home? The American Academy of Pediatrics suggests that 12 and older is an acceptable age for kids to be left alone for a few hours at a time. But experts say you should consider your child's comfort level, maturity, and access to support before making that decision. Be sure to set firm guidelines. Keep your weapons, your alcohol, and tobacco products securely locked away. And have clear boundaries about who can or cannot visit. And check in with your child regularly to make sure all is well.
Oh, for God's sake.
If you're a parent, text them every 5 minutes. Put all the video cams up there.
Dawn, have you called your children yet to make sure that they were up for school?
Maybe.
Speaking of that, I should be getting a text any minute. Mia's throwing a hissy fit this morning. You need to talk to her about it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, after the nap, post school.
I like
so
that.
Let's get into this.
I like that your wife leans on you to be bad cop. That's good. That's good.
That's
Seriously, it's good.
Yeah, it is my role. I relish it. I play that role well, and I don't care if the feelings are are hurt, as we've established here in almost 3 years. All right, so do we want to get an update on the poll, and then we'll take our guesses on Dawn?
So on YouTube right now, what age did Dawn finally leave her kids home alone? 10 to 12, 12 to 14, 14 to 16, and over 16. Over 16 is winning at 31%, just slightly edging out 12 to 14, which is 30%.
I'm going to say the leader you said's the oldest group, 31%?
Over 16, yeah.
I'm going to say that's wrong.
I would agree.
I'm going to guess what's the next one, 14 to 16?
Yep.
I'm going to say 14 to 16.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm going to say the same thing.
Okay, well, then we're not going to have a bet. we push. That's fine. Dawn, are we correct?
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, jeez, we've said.
I'm teasing. No, I think actually it was more like 12.
Well, you're boys.
Yeah.
So do you
like
think
12.
you think the age should be a little lower for boys?
No.
Compared to girls?
No.
So
girls are. I think that if you have, first of all, if you have kids, maybe you have a boy and a girl.
Yep.
The girl, if you leave the house, the girl is the one who's going to call you and tell on the boy and what he and his friends are doing. They're starting a fire in the house. So no, I think. I think that the biggest fear is not pedophilia in this one. It's starting a fire.
Property damage.
Honest to
Property
God, guys,
damage.
I got off the bus at 10, 11 years old. I didn't go home. My parents had no idea where I was.
Yeah.
My parents weren't irresponsible. Trust me, my mom is one of the most responsible humans alive. But it just, I was
Different
over.
time?
I was over at a friend's house. We
Okay.
were riding bikes. You know what I mean? Like it never crossed my mom's mind if I didn't get off the bus and go straight home.
Funny
ever.
you say that.
At 11 or 10,
I was roughly 10 or 11. It would have been 94, 95. Jimmy Kelly was in here, and he was talking about it during the break, and my mother-in-law always brings this up. She has actually the same mindset that Dawn has as far as we live in a sick society. You didn't have to worry about, she'll talk about when she was coming home from school in the 70s, that you didn't have to worry about being abducted with pedophiles, and my father never had to worry, and we were out playing until dark and things like that. You can't do that in this day and age. There's a lot of sick, twisted people out there, which I do think there is something to that. Times change. But we started this with our girls really probably in the fall. They're 10. Once they turn 10, we now leave them for short periods. Like when we go to the grocery store and we make the round trip from Giant to Aldi, they'll be home alone on a Sunday morning around 10 o'clock for an hour and a half.
Well, there's also two of them.
True.
So it's different. You know what I mean? And to Dawn's point, she has two boys too. I think it's different when you have two kids. I was an only child. My son's an only child. So I didn't have the sibling to us both watch each other. Maybe one's a little bit more responsible than the other. It was all me.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like, and Dawn, you'll know this because you have both a bonus daughter and sons. I would say daughters, I feel, are more mature and responsible. Yet the counter to that is from being able to handle yourself in the event something goes wrong with an intruder. I feel like I'm more trustworthy of my boy, if I had a boy, versus having girls. Does that make sense? As far as maturity, advantage females, but men or boys being able to physically fight back should somebody try to break in, rob the house, or break in and abduct and kidnap a child.
Yeah, I think I don't know that people worry when their kids are home. Are they going to be abducted if it's a single family home or even a row home? I don't know that that's as big an issue. I really think it's more of, are they going to leave the house and walk out on the street, or try to, like to Greg's point, walk to a friend's house? So if they're going to stay at home, can you trust them to just stay inside with the doors locked?
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, I also...
The door's locked.
And it's
I'm
good.
sorry.
And do you have a dog?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So
True.
for us, we've always had a big dog.
Right.
And so even if they're 11, 12 years old and a fenced-in yard, and we have gates out front, and we have a security system. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to come in that house with the big dog.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not it. It's really more, are they going to get into something? Are they going to invite friends over or go to a friend's house?
I actually
or
worry,
start a fire.
I worry more about my kids at somebody else's house with their parents. So my daughters, about a week or two ago, right around the time that the Ritas started to open back up, they were at a friend's house, and the parents were there. We knew that. And Mia sent my wife a text saying, we're going to walk and leave Reese's house and go get Rita's. And my wife read the text out loud, and my first response is, well, wait a minute. Are the parents going with them? How far away is it? Now, I think it's about a block and a half. It's Whitpain Township. It's not a bad area. Mm-hmm. But I was against that. I'm like, no, my girls will be trying to do a TikTok on their phone in the middle of the street, not pay attention to traffic and look both ways, assuming they have to cross even a little neighborhood street and possibly get clipped by a car. I'm like, no, they're not walking by themselves. Not at 10 yet. I put my foot down.
Is it a busy street?
I mean, it's like, it's back in it's like you go across one little neighborhood street, you make a right, a left, you go cut through a yard, and then kaboom, Rita's on 202.
Guys, I'm not sitting here trying to be, old man that yells at cloud, and I know I say that a lot, especially this week. But I left in the summertime. I left the house in the morning. I didn't come back until dinner time.
Yeah.
My parents had no idea where I was. None. And like, was I getting in trouble? Yeah, sometimes. But like, it was harmless fun. And again, I don't believe my parents were irresponsible. I just think that they trusted me. And I think that it was just like, kids need that. Kids need that sort of like, okay, we trust you. Because when you as a parent says that, then like, well, if they trust me, then I have to, I should probably be a good kid here, right? I don't know.
Right.
But I think to Nick's point about, I worry less about you. I worry less about your daughter seriously doing a TikTok video in the middle of the street. I think they're smart girls and they're good girls and they're not going to do that. The problem that I have on the streets that are, somewhat busy streets, how many times have we reported on, especially people on a bicycle, but also running or walking on the side, even in a bike path?
Yeah.
And you have a distracted driver on their phone and they strike somebody. I worry more about that.
Yeah, I do too.
And we didn't have that back in the day.
I know. We have a lot
we didn't have any distracted driving. None.
Well, not like
Not with the phone.
No, Greg, not like today. People are on their phone. They're not watching. They're in and out of lanes or whatever.
Yeah. What distracted you back in the day? Changing the radio dial, I guess. I mean, nowadays you can't do this as a little social experiment one day. One day when you're maybe going 25 miles an hour on the Schuylkill and you can actually take one eye off the road. Just look around as you're getting
and on their phones.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Now we do have a state law. Jersey did it first. And Pennsylvania has it now on the Pennsylvania side that you cannot be holding your phone, but it's a relatively new law. And I think things have gotten better in Jersey.
You know how
it's a big ticket.
You know how they have the breathalyzers for the drunks that you can't start your car unless you blow and you're clean?
Yeah.
We ought to actually have some sort of technology, and I don't know, maybe people are going to say this is government overreach, but if it preserves lots of lives and reduces people's insurance rates, maybe it's worth it. I mean, you should not be able to physically operate a vehicle unless that phone is out of your hands. I know that's like ridiculous to say.
Waze will try to do that.
Will
They'll
they?
try to say, find a safe spot, or they'll say, "Are you driving or are you a passenger?"
Right. I mean, honestly, every text can wait. Right? If it's an emergency call, I get it. So I understand the outlier situations. So don't start tweeting me. Well, what if your wife's pregnant and she calls you? You can't pick up the phone. I get it. But the idea that you got to text your buddy WYD ? While you're going 48 miles an hour, that probably could wait.
Dawn, you said when we teased this earlier that there are state laws about what ages. What are some of the ages? Like what's Pennsylvania's age? What's Jersey's age? Our listening area.
So most states just have a recommended home alone minimum age.
Can you imagine?
Imagine? The only one where it's the law, and this is interesting, North Dakota, the minimum age, home alone age is 9 in North Dakota. But most states actually, the youngest that I see that's recommended is that they have to be at least 6 years old. That's Kansas, age 6.
Kansas does it right. Kansas does it right. 6 sounds perfect to me.
Most states that I'm looking at are between 9 and 12. Mm-hmm. But as far as Maryland has a law that you have to be 8. Illinois, very blue, as you know. Illinois, the minimum home alone age is 14.
Oh, it's too high. It's too high.
14?
14.
No.
Illinois, I was surprised by that one.
12's justifiable.
I was probably riding my bike at 14, I don't know, 10, 15 miles.
You were smoking cigarettes and spray painting overpasses at 14.
What's weird to me is
Kayal.
Pennsylvania, New Jersey,
we all have our cross to bear.
Yeah, we do.
Sorry.
Pennsylvania and New Jersey don't have a recommended home alone age, and they don't have a minimum. They don't have a law. Oh, let's see. North Carolina, the minimum home alone age is 8.
You know, the other thing too,
But most don't have a law.
Jimmy Kelly made a great point during the break. He said, back in the day, if somebody did mess with a kid that was left alone or out on the street like Greg playing all day, the neighborhood and the community would come together and rally behind that person. Nowadays, what's the reaction? Not to really intervene, but to just start filming it on your phone.
Yeah, Yeah.
You know, we're caught up in our own little world so much.
Yep.
As opposed to the Good Samaritan type thing.
I agree. I see kids when I go and pick up my son. I see kids in the neighborhood behind me out every day, especially when it's nice. There's like 6 of them playing basketball, and I'm just like, thank God, thank God.
Yeah.
You know, I criticize this generation, and a lot of them need to be criticized. But like, I like seeing that because that's all we did. Like, not just basketball, like that's all we did, pick up games of whatever.
Yeah.
And riding bikes and making forts.
Right. Let me grab Carl just to wrap up this conversation. He's in Stone Harbor. Carl, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Oh, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I often kind of reflect that I grew up in Northeast Philly, all the way up by Our Lady of Calvary, which wasn't the worst part of the city by any means. But my kids have all grown up in Stone Harbor, and not that I'm like Mr. Street Smart guy, but my kids have no street smarts from Stone Harbor. And like my sister and I, we would take the SEPTA bus at 8, 9, 10 to go to school. Yep. And I still tell the story that my first concert was the Steve Miller Band at the Spectrum, and my mom and dad said, take the bus, and we would take the 66 bus to the to the Broad Street, and we went to the concert, and then we came home, and then we had a walk from the 66 bus, back to the house, which was 10 minutes, and it was just one thing that we did. Yeah. And like I said, like today, if you do that, you put your kid on a SEPTA bus to go to Broad Street, like DIFUS is probably showing up at your house. So, and again, it's a different world. And again, I sometimes reflect. I know Stone Harbor's a good area to grow up in, but my kids have never taken a SEPTA bus in their life.
Yeah,
and they don't know what it's like. I mean, it's just craziness from that perspective.
It's not that,
appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
It's not that it's a different. It's not that it's a different time. I mean, it is a different time, but statistically, we're the safest now we've ever been. Yes, Dawn, we're the safest now we've ever been. You can talk about shootings here, shootings there, but as a society, we are the safest we've ever been. But we treat it like around every corner, there's somebody that's going to do us harm. And I just don't think that. And look at that guy, Carl in Stone Harbor. Took the bus to see
Steve Miller.
And he has a house in Stone Harbor. Yeah. So obviously, he's a successful guy that did it right. Mm-hmm. It didn't stunt his growth. He didn't turn it into a hooligan or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we have to just let kids be, find it out on their own.
A friend of mine, Kat, she loves to listen.
Yeah.
A local mom.
What's up, Kat?
And many nurse as well. But she says one of my kids,
Kitty Cat,
she remembers calling the cops because he got scared, and the police searched every inch of their home. They live in Montgomery County. He was alone for 20 minutes at the age of 9. Still feels guilty about it. He's now in high school. Her daughter was afraid that clowns were coming to get her after a move. But she's, they have 6 kids, live in Montgomery County. So I think, a lot of people have some funny stories. But, that's just it. If one of you, I think there's a shame part of it.
Shame.
That God forbid, like, what if one of your kids calls the cops? They're home. You run out, and you're 20 minutes. They're home alone, but they call the cops or they call the grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nick. What if you and Kristen left the girls for 20 minutes? You just ran out for some, and then they call grandmom and say, "We're home alone. We're scared," and then the whole family knows about it. So there's like the shame factor.
Right. Well, I have no shame, and I left them for more than 20 minutes. I left them for 2 years.
Oh
my God.
All right, Kayal and Company. Yeah, I take shots at myself sometimes, folks.
I know. By the way, EKZ on the YouTube chat, this is going back to the big take.
Yeah.
He said because of Nick's butchering of the English language, it should be called the Big Took.
The Big Took. Hey, if sales wants to sell it that way, I'll call it whatever the hell you'd like.
Tookany Creek.
That's right. All right, coming up next, Sean Farish. He is ready to go for a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, which will include John Fetterman and Stephanie Rule clashing over the oligarchs.
I also want to ask him real quick before we get into the cut sheet how old he was when he first was left home alone.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Growing up there on the mean streets of Long Island.
That's right. Nassau County. I hear it's rough on those streets. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling and the Larry Steinhaus Show. Hey, I want to tell you that our show will be airing this Saturday at 10 o'clock, not our normal time. We'll see you Saturday morning at 10 o'clock.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Summer, summer, summer. It's like a merry-go-round.
Kayal and Company, 7:50 Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Sean Farish joining us for his weekly spot a day earlier. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Woo. Oh, doing well. A day earlier, and I don't know. I don't know what the phrase is, but a day earlier, and we're good. It's fine. We're rocking and rolling, ready to go. Live in Tennessee. You guys are in Philadelphia. Sorry that you're up there.
I am too.
I'm in a beautiful state.
Sean, if I don't know if you heard the last segment. How old were you when you first were left home alone by your parents?
Oh, I don't think I was that. I don't know. Let me think. Probably. I was probably like 14, maybe 13, 14
wow.
years old.
Wow. No, so Dawn's your mom.
I mean,
we
but
met
for
your
how
parents.
long? But for how long though? Are we
That's
talking
true.
about?
Right.
Couple
You know,
hours.
because sometimes a couple hours. I mean, I would come home from school maybe, and both parents would be working.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, but it wouldn't be for long.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they'll come home. My sister was in school, so they'd come home, grab her, they'd go do something. It wasn't for like days,
Mhm.
you know, or like a long time.
Yeah,
Maybe a few hours.
I think there was a lot of children out there that probably, you get home at 3:30 or 3:45, and mom and dad get home at 5:15 or 5:30. You have an hour and a half. You eat your snack, you start your homework or whatever it is, and then the parents come in, and then it's the whole routine and process in the nighttime. That probably, I bet you that for me probably started at 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I turned out okay. Maybe.
Exactly. Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe.
I mean, I think that's up for debate. Depends on who you ask. But yeah,
Definitely. All right, let's get down to business. 7:52. What is on that Thursday cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Guys and gal, I don't know if you've heard, Michelle Obama has joined the podcast ranks.
Yes.
All right, the Big Mike Pod.
Wonderful.
With her brother.
With her brother, Craig Robinson. Come on, Craig.
As my wife said, hey, that's two dudes doing a podcast. So I didn't say it.
I didn't know. I never knew her brother was Bobby Lashley.
I gotta tell you guys, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see this. Like, her brother looks like Michelle without hair.
They're both bigger than Barry.
Oh my god.
By the way,
I'm not trying to be mean, but
no, if I ever launch a podcast, I can guarantee you the podcast will not be co-hosted by my sister. I'm just saying.
But I think the bigger point of this podcast, because I did watch part of it, it's really boring.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that
of course it is.
Did you think it was going to be entertaining?
Michelle Obama.
Yeah, but she's behind the scenes, like. You know what I mean? Like, if Nick and his sister Erin, I would be more interested in, because you know what I mean?
You think she's going to choke me 90 seconds in?
No, I just think that I don't know. It's just boring. I mean, if I would never do a podcast with my brother John because he would tell stuff. Do you know what I mean? I think if you're doing a podcast with your sibling, it has to be edgy in the sense that, because I thought, her brother's going to tell some stuff. You know what I mean?
Look at these two. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm just looking at the.
Look at his head.
Oh, yeah.
But the brother is like, it's just the biggest problem of this that I can say. It's boring.
So in their second episode, they talked about friendship and divorce.
So the rumors are true.
She didn't address the divorce rumors with Barack. But she says, quote, "This podcast will leave you reflecting, laughing, and feeling more prepared to tackle life's biggest questions."
Oh.
The pair started the podcast to share all of their advice.
And look, we apologize in advance if you're bored by this clip, because Dawn saw it and it's bad.
Roll it.
Hey, TikTok, it's Michelle Obama, and I'm here with my big brother, Craig.
Craig.
Hey, everybody. We're here
His head weighs
because we're
90
excited
pounds.
to announce the launch of our
Hang
new
on.
podcast
Hang on,
called
pause it.
IMO
Pause it.
with
Pause it.
Michelle
Pause it.
Obama.
Pause it.
What?
Stop.
I'm just looking.
Just talk about the content.
I'm just
Stop.
No. Don't talk about the content. I want to know what's on your mind right now. I want to know what's on your mind.
This
There
is
no
the content. We are the content.
I'm looking.
Right.
I mean, people have said that Michelle Obama may be a man.
Yeah.
Stop.
I think if you take that, that hair off, that's what she looks like.
Because you mentioned like life's biggest questions.
Yes.
And I was about to ask, is one of life's biggest questions what is her biological gender?
No. She gave
Yes,
birth.
I don't know, because you look at them because
Yeah, I got to ride with Dawn here on this one.
I'm just gonna say this.
Yes.
The case could be made.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm juvenile. I like all this stuff.
Listen,
all right,
I'll even go this far. The Supreme Court didn't want to hear the election fraud case because they said there was no standing. They're standing in this case.
The biggest problem for this podcast, the first viewing that, they had like less 25,000 or less views on it.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Not
Yikes.
yeah.
It's like you see,
but you'll still see people. You'll still see people who are like, "Oh, she's running for president." If she can't get 25,000 views on YouTube,
you're in
she's
trouble.
not running for
Well, I'll
president.
tell you right now, if we have a slow day in 2027, I might throw that out as a topic.
Shafe says twin dudes. I don't know that. We don't know that. We're just speculating. All right,
We're just asking questions.
We're just asking. That's what we do here. Roll it, Phil.
And Craig Robinson.
We started talking about this at the outset, why we're doing this show.
Yeah.
Post White House and writing the books and doing book tours, speaking at leadership conferences, things you do as a coach, you realize that what we have, even in our lack of resources, in our household growing up, we had people who would share their opinions, give us advice. We had mentors, and we were used to mentoring and being mentors.
This is boring.
And I
see what I'm
I
saying?
realize that a lot of people don't have that. They don't have a safe place to come sometimes,
Right?
Where they feel comfortable being vulnerable and asking hard questions, or they don't have people in their lives they trust. They are lone wolves, or maybe they have contentious.
I love how everybody thinks this job is easy. I
I'll
love
tell you what,
every-
here.
I love that.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
What?
Mike Lindell should sponsor their podcast.
This segment brought to you by My Pillow.
He should. Mike Lindell should just get in there and just, did this put you to sleep?
That's a good one. So he's Craig. By the way, Craig Robinson is the brother,
right?
And so.
By the way, EKZ says Big Mike and her brother compared sizes back in the day. I don't know if that's true or not.
Game of Swords.
That's up for debate.
I'm just asking questions.
We're just asking questions.
The other thing that I noticed about it, and I didn't see the full episode, because I lost interest, I thought, well, they seem like nice. Her brother seems like a really nice guy. They seem like nice people, and they're at the. But I think
Dawn always looking for the silver lining in something.
But it's just boring.
Yeah, but Nice doesn't sell podcast subscriptions, right?
Well, I mean, but I will say this, that she also seemed particularly kind of negative on her husband.
Well, yeah,
that was
he's
another
done with
thing I
him.
noticed. I was like,
it's over.
Well, he showed up at the LA Clippers game over the weekend by himself.
Oh.
Just
It's always amazing where he is. She's always on a yacht in another country or out at sea or hanging by the beach. You never really see them together too often.
Phil, just one more time. Can you just, you don't have to play the audio. Just start from the very beginning with the photo of the two. Yeah, you don't have to play the audio. Just put that up on the screen, if you will. There we go.
You're so juvenile. Now you know the few trolls on Twitter are going to come out there. Would you have any substance?
Sorry.
They look. I don't. The Craig looks like more of a woman than she does. I got to be honest.
they have the big expressive eyes.
Yeah.
But I will say that Craig, it looks like, I don't know if he's been married twice, has 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Obamas have two daughters.
Yeah.
Thank you, Don.
Well,
I'm just saying there's
nice,
a
but
big family
kinda-
resemblance there.
You think-
family
Well,
resemblance.
you totally,
Big.
when you see them, you know they're brother and sister,
Yeah.
100. And they're obviously close, which is really sweet.
Seem-
You would just think, like my
helping us.
brother John, can I tell you something? If I ever went on the air, if you think I'm conservative, he's like 20 feet right of me.
Wow.
He calls my husband, who's a conservative, a liberal. You know what I mean? And so, but my brother would, I wouldn't, he would tell stories about me that I would never want out there.
Yeah.
So that's the fear, right? You have that tension with your sibling that they're going to tell something that you did when you were teenagers and maybe
Yeah, but it's
drink.
not live, right? The podcast isn't live.
No.
So if some embarrassing story comes out, they chop it up.
Oh,
You know,
no,
it's not
that
like
would
it's
probably
on.
be the highlight, but it would be believe me, if my brother called
Well, yeah,
in
but if
right
it's
now,
something
like,
that if it's something that Michelle,
Right.
allegedly
Right.
Michelle doesn't want out,
Stop.
then
Just do a little editing like CBS did with Kamala for 60 minutes and then kaboom.
Yeah.
No, but I'm
You
just
know.
saying they would tell like things that you did when you were juveniles, you were teenagers, and maybe one of you had too much to drink, and you know what I mean.
But you know what?
It would be funny.
I won't watch an episode of the Mike podcast, the Michelle podcast, but I would watch maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Kamala and Dougie just to see how many Doritos they eat.
I was just going to bring up Kamala. Now, just based on that very small clip that we actually heard and played, isn't it amazing to me that think about how can we? You know what? Can we just go back and play a little bit more of it? I want to just play Michelle for the sake of this point here. Because Sean mentioned about Michelle and running again in 2028.
Play the podcast part?
Yeah, play the actual podcast part. Let's just give me like 20 seconds of Michelle here.
All right, Phil, go.
We had people who would share their opinions, give us advice. We had mentors, and we were used to mentoring and being mentored. And I realize that a lot of people don't have that. You know, they don't have a safe place to come sometimes,
right,
where they feel comfortable.
All right, just stop it right there. Now, she sounds, don't judge this as a podcast.
Yep.
Just from a speaking standpoint,
I get
relatively smooth delivery, right?
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Now, think about all the times we have played Kamala and how we're like, what the hell did she just say? Why is she saying it in this tone? What's up with the weird cackle? I mean, everything that Kamala lacked from a public presentation standpoint, Michelle Obama, and this is a compliment to her, but it's not really that high up because it's hard to really go. You can't get any lower than Kamala, right? Like, she would have been so much better if they actually inserted her on July 21st than Kamala Harris. I think they tried to tell us that Kamala was like Michelle Obama. I still believe this to this day. Would have given a bigger. I don't know that Trump sweeps the 7 swing states if it's Michelle Obama as opposed to Kamala Harris. I really don't. People might want to disagree on that. That's fine. We could debate it. She would have been far better as the Democrats' late inning substitution than Kamala Harris. I
think you're right about that.
Yeah,
I think you're right. Because Kamala's never been popular ever.
Never.
Ever. And when everyone said she was popular, she wasn't actually popular. It was all astroturf.
It's true.
Well, Michelle Obama was always one of those, like, when they would float out, who's going to be the replacement? She was always, close to the top of the list.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala was obvious because she's the vice president at that point.
Right.
But Michelle Obama was always next, and she wasn't even in politics, and it always expressed that she didn't want to do it, right? And people still wanted her to do it.
Right.
So had it been Michelle Obama, that would have been more noteworthy than Kamala Harris, I think, and would have been a tougher competition.
Plus,
I
I think
she's got the name and the whole 9 yards.
Well, she has a brand, right? She has that Obama brand. Kamala doesn't have a brand.
Duffy Domino on the YouTube chat says Michelle would have won.
I don't know if I would go that far.
I don't think so.
I don't go. No, not if she was the late scratch in July. Would she have had a shot if she was the nominee for 18 months and won a primary? If the Democrats did not subvert democracy and install a candidate?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Not if on the campaign trail she's talking about her safe space.
No.
I just think that doesn't
I don't
play.
I don't think the messaging would have won her the.
True.
I don't think the messaging would have won. I think because what they were running on, really is what. And if you think people went hard on Kamala Harris, they would have went. I mean, the folks that didn't like her would have gone nuts on Michelle. So
Sure.
I think if she did run, I think she still loses, but I think it is closer. I think you're right. Maybe Trump doesn't win the popular vote, and 5 out of 7 swing states, or maybe just he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, maybe not. I don't know.
Yep.
But I think he wins. But I think it's closer.
Yep.
Than Kamala for sure.
All right, I'm
But
all
her
mic'd
brother-
out.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm all done with Mike. But you go ahead, Don.
No, I would say with Michelle Obama, I think a piece of this, she's talking about a safe space, but she's trying to be too safe in this. And so it becomes generic. Her brother, Craig, is actually an interesting guy. Morgan Stanley, business degree. You know what I mean? Like, ask your brother, say, let's get to know my brother. You guys know me because I was in the White House for, blah, blah, blah. But he worked for the Milwaukee Bucks. He was a coach. He's worked in the financial world. He worked for the New York Knicks. You know what I mean? So find out the nitty gritty of that, but it's boring.
Speaking of bigger people, Rosie O'Donnell was brought up in the Oval Office.
Sure.
Yesterday.
Oh my God,
in the
this
Oval
is
Office
so
yesterday.
funny.
So Trump was with the Ireland, what is he, the prime minister, the president? Like, what's the title?
Proper term.
Yeah, what's the title for?
Good question. I don't know.
President of Ireland.
The head of Ireland.
He was. I don't
Prime
think
Minister.
Yeah.
Was it prime minister? I think.
Leprechaun.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows who Rosie is.
So a reporter asked about Rosie O'Donnell leaving because Ireland was represented yesterday. Rosie O'Donnell leaving the United States and going to Ireland, and this is what he said.
Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
Thank you. I like that question.
Mr.
Do you know you have
Prime Minister,
Rosie
are you
O'Donnell?
expecting?
Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
You better off not knowing.
That's amazing.
Sean Farish, I will tee you up for this one. You can respond as yourself, or you can respond as 47.
Well, first, I want to say that the guy who asked that question is Brian Glenn from, I don't know what outlet he's with now. He's been with a bunch. But that guy is the same guy who asked Zelensky about whether or not he wore a suit. And I don't like Brian Glenn. I think he's a clown. I think it would be nice if we, on the right, who say the Oval Office is not a place for games, stop playing games in the Oval Office, asking stupid questions to world leaders. I just, maybe that's me. Oh, well, aren't you a comedian? We're not supposed to be asking the Irish Prime Minister jokes, and we're not supposed to be trying to pick fights with Zelensky. I'm not defending Zelensky, but you got the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office, and then we're talking about ending a war, and you ask him, "Well, do you own a suit?" I mean, why don't you, Brian Glenn, who happens to be Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, which explains a whole hell of a lot, why don't you grow up and do your job? You're in the Oval Office. I could have asked a better question.
Yeah, that's a good. I like that. That's a good take.
I wouldn't have been in there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been in there. I don't want to go to D.C.
Right.
But there's a lot of people who would kill to be in his position and not ask a stupid question.
Yeah, limited
like
time.
What Brian Glenn did.
Right.
Setting
time and
that's
place.
not. Yeah, time and place. And I'm a class clown. You guys know.
Yeah,
I'm not. But now, the Rosie question, I'm not as upset with, but the fact that Brian Glenn did it, now we see a theme. So we know exactly what he's going to do with it's going to be his thing. It's going to be his brand. That's going to be, the kayfabe that he's got to keep up now when he's in the Oval Office. Here comes a stupid question. So I am hereby nominating Brian Glenn for Fake News Tool Bag of the Year.
Wow.
He is now competing with David Muir, who put the clothespins on the fire jacket earlier in the year with the. Yeah, he's competing. So now we have two. We have him. We have Muir. I'd say Muir is still leading, but we have a lot more stupid questions coming out of Brian Glenn, I'm sure, for the rest of the year. That guy's an absolute tool. However, the Rosie question, I will give him this, was funny, and Trump's response saved it.
Yes.
But look. I put the video up yesterday about Rosie O'Donnell.
So good.
We're gonna, what we're gonna do? We're gonna do 4,000% tariffs. If you send her back, we're gonna do 4,000%. But sir, they're going to. She's gonna cause another famine. I can't believe it. It's. I think Trump's response was good. I think maybe my response might have been better, but I think Trump's response was good, and it saved it. And I'm tired of Brian Glenn. I think he's a clown. I think he's. Go to the sports world. And look at guys like a Skip Bayless or something who just acts out so we talk about him, and he got his clip out. It's viral. People are laughing. Haha. But the next time Brian Glenn asks a substantive question in the Oval Office will be the first time. And that's a problem.
The Babylon Bee wrote a headline yesterday: Ireland capsizes after arrival of Rosie O'Donnell.
That's not right.
Oh my goodness.
Trump clowned JD Vance for his socks, his leprechaun socks, or no, his 4-leaf clover socks. Excuse me. We have Trump talking about it, just kind of mocking JD for it, and then we have a picture of the socks. So let's play Trump clowning him first. Roll it.
I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. President Trump. I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm trying to
his socks, Phil. Then if you can put up the picture, there's shamrocks on there.
This is reminiscent of Dawn outing me for my bad suit at Piazza in December.
It wasn't a bad suit.
It was an adjustable waistband suit. I'm a schlub.
Cucks.
So I can't really. I can't take shots. I can't take shots at JD Vance's sock game because my sock game's not great either.
I like the
I think the
socks.
sock game was fine.
I do
We're
too.
close to St. Patrick's Day. You
Yep.
got the Irish guy, the
Agreed.
prime minister or whatever, the prime leprechaun in the office, and you got the socks on. It's
Agreed.
The shoes are a little low energy, though, are they not?
Boy, with black shoes.
But not even a shine to them. Nothing. I don't know.
Hillbilly energy. Hillbilly energy.
That's very
Thank you.
that's
Thank you,
very
Sean.
rural Ohio-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's his brand.
I thought it was interesting that Trump made the sock remark when he did. So he was asked about the tariffs, and one of the answers was he's talked about even though he has great respect for Ireland, he says like basically they're ripping him off.
Yep.
They're ripping us off too.
We'll get to all that, by the way.
And
I have
then-
all that stuff. Yeah.
But it was like I think Trump felt like he wanted because you hear him say something about inflate. I think he doesn't really want to talk about the inflation stuff because that's the point when the economic stuff came up that he diverted to. That's the point that he chose to go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the socks.
Yeah.
Well,
You
it's
know what
also.
I mean?
I also think it shows you that at 78, we actually have a president that's cognitive enough to pivot and has the wit and the ability to go off script. Joe Biden could not do that. Kamala Harris damn sure could not do that. And people actually are sitting there giggling over it, which is pretty good. So there's your.
I think Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I think Joe Biden would have sniffed his feet.
Ew.
Look at those socks.
Name me a time.
He was asked about Apple and, basically saying that he's not happy with the European Union. This is cut 9, Phil.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, should Apple go back to the U.S. from Ireland?
Who?
Apple?
Oh, Apple's been treated very badly. Look, Apple had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost. We fought with them. $16 billion. $16 billion, and they were after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's the European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union. The European Union's gone after our companies, and Apple's a great company, and they have to give $16-17 billion on a lawsuit that I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union. They don't take our farm products. They don't take our cars. We take millions of cars, BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens and everything. We take millions of cars.
All available, Piazza.
I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Munich? Why, none. I said, you're right, we have none. That's the way it is, we have none. No, I'm not happy with the European Union, I want to tell you. And,
Will you put tariffs on
we're going to
cars?
win that. We're going to win that financial battle. It's a
Tariffs
financial
on
battle.
European cars, Mr. President? Tariffs on European cars, is that something you're going to consider?
Oh, absolutely, I will do that. Yeah.
Mr. President.
You know what's amazing is when we talk about Trump and his ability to just sit there and tell you the obvious stuff that a lot of us don't know. The Democrats get so angry. Like Trump's sitting here saying, we as a country, you as a citizen are on the wrong end of a business deal. I'm going to publicly say that and do what I can to try to make a wrong a right. And people get offended by that and then start hooting and hollering over it. Like, I really do feel like we live in a divided country of Republicans love their country and want what's best for America. And the Democrats' disdain for America just, not every Democrat, I don't want to just lump everybody in, but the progressives out there. I mean, Trump could legitimately say today is Thursday. They're going to disagree. They're going to argue and tell you why he's wrong and why it's bad. It's really a hell of a hill to die on. And, Sean, I don't know if you saw this. The Democrat approval rating nationwide right now as a party is 27%.
Yep, I did see that. And their internal polling shows an entire brand collapse, right?
Yeah.
In other words, people are looking at it and going, oof, I don't want one of those. You know, you had a bad experience with a particular brand and you say, I'm never buying that again, right?
I mean, Bill Maher's coming out saying the Democrats will never win another election.
I mean, and this is what I'm saying. We have my gosh, we have a year and a half, right, before the 2026 midterms. And people are like, no, you're putting the cart before the no. Because we got a little branding problem in some cases on the right as well, with a lot of anti-Semitism and a lot of this. Now we have people on the right sticking up for this Mahmoud Khalil It comes to the country, chants death to America. We get upset with him saying death to America, and they're like, oh, you just can't criticize Israel. And I'm like, it has nothing to do with Israel. It has everything to do with the fact that this guy aligns with a terror group that wants me to die. So I'd like him out of the country because he's not a citizen, right? And I think we have a problem on our side as well where, we've embraced free speech, and that's great. But they're like, well, all speech is free speech, and I'm a free speech absolutist too. But when you start calling for the deaths of people, it's kind of like, hey, maybe that's not free, and we shouldn't be doing that. We have to be careful not to make the same mistake. I think those of us on the right see there's a rot in our party. There is. There's a group of people on our side of the aisle that have gone off the deep end. And if we refuse to call it out the same way the left refused to call out their wild people who said men can be women and unrestricted abortions and open borders and high taxes and all this radical stuff, we're going to wind up in the same position 10 years from now. Mm-hmm. So we got a year and a half. To, tighten our ship. And I think it's pretty tight. And I think we're in a great position. But a lot can happen in the year and a half. The Democrats they're in a bad position right now. And think about this. Minnesota, Michigan, New Hampshire. 3 Democrat senators yesterday announced that they are not seeking re-election in 2026. Mm-hmm. Those are states that were pretty close. Minnesota was even close, but Michigan's a swing state. New Hampshire is pretty close. And if you know and remember what just happened recently, in the Democrat Party, they got new leadership, which means David Hogg and those people are going to be vetting the replacements. So I'm licking my lips, right? Mm-hmm. I'm licking my lips. I'm going, wow. John Idzik is in charge of the draft for the Jets. They're going to suck for another 5 years because that guy's abominable, right? You gave him 13 picks and nobody made the roster. Right. So it's like, it's one of those things where, okay, those are the guys who are going to be picking their replacements. Great. I just don't want us to get complacent, right? Like the Democrats have a low approval now, but they're not just going to lay down, right? Now, are they going to double down on the stupidity? Fine. I hope that we understand that 2026 is ripe for the taking. We could buck the historical trends because then we essentially extend Donald Trump's term by 2 years.
Yeah. But I could ask you something.
It goes from 2 years to 4 years.
I could ask you something, Sean Farish, and that is you said that it's a problem for somebody who is accused of breaking the law with regard to spreading propaganda that's pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist. This is Mahmoud Khalil. So why is that bad for Republicans?
It's not bad for Republicans.
Okay,
it's
people bad for them.
It's bad. No, it's bad for. There are folks who call themselves Republicans and call themselves America First and call themselves Trump supporters, and then go, well, this guy. Because here's the thing, right? This is the way a lot of these people operate, and a lot of them on the internet use a fake name. Yep. They think they're tough, and then they're not, and it's a whole thing. They go out and they say America's controlled by Israel. They're upset. They don't like Israel. They don't like Jews. I don't know what their problem is. I don't know if they stepped on a Lego and thought a rabbi did it. I have no idea. Right? I can't get inside their heads. Did it. It's wild. Okay. But they look at a guy like Mahmoud Khalil and they say, no, he should be allowed. He should not be deported and he should be allowed to stay. It doesn't matter that he said death to America. He dunked on Israel. Therefore, he is good, right? Therefore, he is, and in that regard, look, if you have criticisms about another country, I don't really care. Criticize anybody you want. Criticize my country. Criticize. Do not call for death to America when you've been given the privilege of studying at what is considered one of our finest universities. So I think it's a problem that he's doing this. Mm-hmm. You think it's a problem that he's doing this. A lot of people with common sense go, yeah, that guy's aligning with terrorists. That's an issue. But this segment of the right, I call it the right with air quotes. We call them the woke right because they are woke, right? These are people that this segment, and it is growing. They are gaining momentum. You got this clown with the mustache, Ian Carroll. I don't know whose mustache is worse, him or John Bolton. You have Jake Shields who's been hitting the head far too many times. I think a mailbox could hold a more intelligent conversation. Candace Owens is out there blaming Israel for literally sitting in traffic. Yep. You got Tate in all of his problems. You got this guy Myron Gaines, which isn't even his name. He says that's a stage name. What is this, Romeo and Juliet? We have a stage name now, right? That's he's Andrew Tate on Temu. If you look at it, these are people that are leading a very concentrated movement they say they're America first, and then this guy comes in there and claims, death to America, and they're saying good thing. wow, nice because he dunked out. How could you hold both positions at the same time?
You can't.
You got to answer me that. How could you be America first and then defend somebody who hates America? Right? Well, I'm defending his right to speak. Well, I'm defending our country's right to kick him out of the country because what he's doing and the protests that he's leading and the actions that are stemming from his actions are a violation of his green card and he has to go. 19 lawyers are defending this kid.
I know.
19
ACLU.
lawyers. So do you mean to tell me that this is organic? 19 lawyers. Now, the guy had British security clearance. It's organic, but you have people on our side who are defending him. Or they claim to be on our side.
Well, they claim to be on our side. And I think here's the piece that's different, Sean, that I will say. The Trump administration is just saying that the First Amendment does not allow any of us or any person on a green card or special visa or whatever to violate the law. And you can't use the First Amendment as some kind of a big shield. This guy they say that they can prove, they have tangible evidence that he was spreading propagandist, pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism material. That's against the law, period. It's against the law. And especially if you're somebody with a visa, boot him. You're out of here. So that's what the Trump administration says. I hope that this tiny little contingent of kooks on the far, far, far right, I hope to God that they don't somehow hijack the image of all of us.
Since this is
well, that's what I'm nervous about, Dawn. That's what I'm nervous about because the left allowed the crazies on their side to run things for a minute.
Point.
Yep.
And look at what happened to them. So I'm looking at it going, oh, no. I am not letting the people who praise Adolf Hitler, I'm not letting them run my party. There's not a chance in hell. Not a chance. Oh, well, then these are the ones who say, well, we're just asking questions. No, you're not asking questions. There are posts of them saying, oh, Hitler wasn't a bad dude. What? Yes, he was. I thought that was something that we could agree on.
Right.
Well, he was just an artist who was misunderstood.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hunter Biden was an
cool.
artist too.
It is funny.
Right, yeah.
It is funny, Sean, when you call out Tates or any of these bottom feeders, you always get hit. And I saw one of your posts the other day. You always get hit with a derogatory word for a gay person and a Jew.
Oh, it's every time. I learned more about myself from these people than I could ever, if I was, ever. It is, but you know why we do it? And it's not just me. There's a lot of people who do it. Because then I take those posts and I send it and I say, these are the people I'm talking about and you don't want them running your ship.
Yep.
And they go, oh, yeah, you're right. Wow, that is pretty bad company. So this is why I do like free speech. And I love the fact that X lets anybody basically say whatever they want because expose yourself.
Yep.
By all means, keep talking. A guy like Tate who admits to things that you shouldn't be doing and he keeps doing that, My buddy was on Piers Morgan the other day talking about this with some guy from the mob. And the guy was, hey, I went on trial 5 times. In the Tate case, there's no evidence. And I was like screaming. Ask him how many times the mob guy was on camera saying, I whacked Johnny behind the pizza store. Tate is admitting to the crimes.
Yes.
So, and this is what I'm saying. I don't want those people.
Yep.
I don't want those people hijacking like Dawn said. I don't want those people hijacking and running into the ground everything we just worked so hard to build.
Yep.
And I think we're smarter than the left. I think we will call it out. These are the people who melted down over the H-1B visa thing. Like, we have to have none. And they're arguing now for Mahmoud Khalil to stay.
What?
Think about it.
It's crazy.
Okay.
So since this is theoretically the cut sheet, let me play Marco Rubio talking about what Sean and Dawn are talking about, the Mohammed Khalil situation. This is what he said from the administration's point of view. Roll it.
When you come to the United States as a visitor, which is what a visa is, which is how this individual entered this country, on a visitor's visa, okay, you are here as a visitor. We can deny you that visa. We can deny you that if you tell us when you apply, hi, I'm trying to get into the United States on a student visa. I am a big supporter of Hamas, a murderous, barbaric group that kidnaps children, that rapes teenage girls, that takes hostages, that allows them to die in captivity, that returns more bodies than live hostages. If you tell us that you are in favor of a group like this, and if you tell us when you apply for your visa, and by the way, I intend to come to your country as a student and rile up all kinds of anti-Jewish student, anti-Semitic activities, I intend to shut down your universities. If you told us all these things when you applied for a visa, we would deny your visa. I hope we would. If you actually end up doing that, once you're in this country on such a visa, we will revoke it. And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities, we're going to kick you out. It's as simple as that. This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way.
Boom.
So when you apply for a student visa or any visa to enter the United States, we have a right to deny you for virtually any reason. But I think being a supporter of Hamas and coming into our universities and turning them upside down and being complicit in what are clearly crimes of vandalization, complicit in shutting down learning institutions. There are kids at these schools that can't go to class. You pay all this money to these high-priced schools that are supposed to be of great esteem, and you can't even go to class. You're afraid to go to class because these lunatics are running around with covers on their face, screaming terrifying things. If you told us that's what you intended to do when you came to America, we would have never let you in. And if you do it once you get in, we're going to revoke it and kick you out.
Boom. I love it.
Oh, I mean, you can't say it any better.
Yeah, what a
you
perfect
really can't.
statement, right?
It really was perfect.
If you think about that, you're here on a visa as a visitor. You're a guest. It's a privilege. It's not a right. And you're saying, I'm coming here to be a student to get an education. No, you're not an activist. I'm not saying you don't have free speech rights. You do. But there's a line where you can't be rooting for and championing the causes of the extermination. And that's really what it is. Hitler tried to do that 75, 80 years ago. Hamas and all these other terrorist organizations that have gone off the deep end with their religion, the belief of, God wants me to kill everybody that values Western values and civilization. And the left, think about this, Sean and Dawn. Their messaging and their morals are so misguided that they are supporting this cause while simultaneously accusing Trump of being Hitler. I mean, think about it. Trump's trying to get peace and protect, yet they're claiming he's Hitler, which Hitler's MO was the complete opposite, which they adhere to by supporting Hamas. It's like a Kamala Harris Venn diagram of goofiness. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, think of it this, right? Okay, so to Rubio's comment, because Rubio, I think that was a perfect statement. But let's even take it even more relatable to the American people. I don't offer visas, right? But if any of us right now, anybody listening, needs your house painted, and you talk to a painter, and the painter says, I'm going to come into your house with paint and destroy your home. You're not hiring that painter, right? You're not giving him permission to enter your home,
nope.
Right? Now, if you hire this painter, I'm going to do a great job. You walk in and the painter is destroying your home. Are you going to let him destroy more of your home, or are you going to get him the hell out? It's that simple, right? Hey, you're not doing the job I hired you to do. Leave. Okay. It's really, when you bring it down, you could bring it down. The border is the same thing. We did it with the left. Do you lock your doors in your house? Yes. Why? Do you hate everybody on the outside of your house? No. Why do you lock your doors? To stay safe. Cool. Now apply that to the border. It's very simple stuff. Okay. And then you can apply the border to men and women's restrooms. Well, why don't we want men and women's restrooms? Well, because you're giving more access to potential predators to their prey. Okay, so now you have a wide open border. You don't think terrorists are going, hey guys, the border's wide open, let's go in, right? You think they're all just going to ignore that and not seize that opportunity? Of course not. So when you come up with these student visas, you have these guys with these student visas who are telling you they're coming here to study, and then they come here and they're not studying, or maybe they are studying, but they're also engaged in illegal, destructive activity, destabilizing your institutions, destabilizing and dividing society. They have to leave. That is the painter who said, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do a great job. You walked in and there's paint all over your couch. Get out. It's that simple. Mm-hmm. It's that simple.
Yes,
you have to make an example out of this guy, or else more of them are going to do it.
That's right. Set a precedent. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut Sheet with Sean Farish, Dawn Stensland, and myself, and Greg Stocker. We'll continue on the other side, but first a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America, because it's that time of year you might be in the market looking for a lawn care service. So I think it makes perfect sense to hire a company that provides better results while simultaneously being safe for your family and your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, They make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take our words for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching today to Natural Lawn's safer services. Here's what you do. Schedule your Natural Lawn full service program today, and you're going to get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn today at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about them for years now. Your home is really one of, if not the most important investment. So if you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice maybe any wear and tear, maybe some mold, some buckling or peeling, that does indicate your home is being exposed to the elements. Many people don't realize siding, it's not just for the beauty, for the curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding carries only the best brands, including James Hardy as well as Certainteed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, always going the extra mile. I can tell you this. They're going to work with you on all the different styles, all the different options that best fit your home, and they complete every single project with such care, such precision, and such professionalism. Everything's in writing, everything's up front, so that you get exactly what you want and what you pictured. You can experience the Chapman difference today. You can call, you can text. They're local, they're like-minded. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. You can see all the before and afters. chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
They are. They definitely are, Mr. Kennedy. Scale and Company, 8:37, rolling on live here on a Thursday morning. Sean Farish with us a day earlier than usual as we head until 10 o'clock today.
Keith Martin on Twitter, or on X, excuse me,
this.
put a picture of Kayal and Company up there. You know the Kayal and Company photo, Sean, of me and Dawn and Nick. He took out Nick's head and put in Craig Robinson's head instead. It's not right, man. It's not right.
I'm going to have to actually. You know, that's a good one, Keith. I'm going to retweet that. It looks like Bobby Lashley's head on my little frumpy body.
I'm going to... Phil, can you grab that off of Twitter?
Yeah, we should use that as the backdrop when we go to break.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Robert Flood writes in, and because by the way, if you missed our discussion about that USA Today writer who said that the Eagles are going to be on the wrong side of history by going to the White House, that's up on Twitter right now. So if you missed it, it's up there. Robert Flood says, "I love you guys, but I had to turn the show off today. Once in a while, I can't listen to the loud laughter. Maybe it's me, but there, I said it."
Yeah.
So he doesn't like us because we laugh.
Right. Robert wants
Laughing is
angry, rageful, 4 hours of yelling at the top of your lungs morning drive radio.
My God.
Yeah.
Remind me never to hire Robert
Interesting.
as a consultant.
Sorry.
What works?
So you said that there was an article about this on USA Today that was saying that the Eagles are on the wrong side of history?
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed.
I'm shocked. USA Today is usually very objective. I'm just so totally. I mean, I didn't see that coming from them. Wow.
Yeah.
I see Phil trying to get that photo up, but it's all good. So let's see. Where do I want to? Should I do Tom Homan?
I mean, I would do Tom Homan right now. There's nobody I'd rather do more than Tom Homan today.
Tom Homan had a press conference yesterday, and it was pretty epic. I mean, he just went off as he does. There's also a shot of him coming out, and like people are heckling him and protesting, and he's just eating an apple, like he doesn't give a flying you know what.
Well, that's what Lepolier did in Canada.
Yeah.
Remember that video?
Yeah. Let's start actually, Phil, with cut 13. Wait, hang on. YouTube.com/1210WPHT if you want to see the video. That's amazing.
Keith Martin wins Twitter today.
YouTube.com.
He does look like Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, he does.
For those who don't know who Bobby Lashley is, a UFC MMA guy, also a WWF wrestler.
Yeah.
Big, massive. Everything about him is massive because he's juiced out of his skull.
Yep.
But I think his head actually got bigger like Barry Bonds.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Good job with that.
That's good.
Always
That's funny.
funny. All right, let's get back to business. Tom Homan. Discuss those people who are. We played the clip the other day of an NBC reporter, I think, asking about child separation because now that the border the border is becoming more secure, everybody's worried, and people are going back to where they came from. People are worried about child separation. He had an answer for that. This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
No, I always hear all the time, family separation. Holman's the godfather of family separation. Let me be clear. Zero tolerance is about saving lives. If we figure we start prosecuting people who violate the law and put the children in harm's way, maybe they stop coming. And they did. Numbers went down. It's unfortunate families got separated. But it happens to American families every day. It's going to happen in Albany today that American family will be separated by law enforcement because the child can't go to jail with a parent. But we want to talk about family separation? 500,000 children on Joe Biden were trafficked into this country. They can't find 300,000 of them. That's a separation. But you know what President Trump's committed? We're going to find them, and we're going to save them, because many of these children are in forced labor, many of these children are in forced sex slavery. We're going to save them. This administration. One of the...
There you go.
Lots to like about the Trump administration 7 weeks in, but I don't think if you were to power rank what you like the most versus who's kind of disappointed, I would put Pam Bondi at the bottom. I'd put Tom Homan at the top. You can rank everything else you want in between, but to me, Homan gets the 1 seed. Pam Bondi's like the 16 seed in the tournament. She's going to get dusted in the first game.
She's in a play-in game at this point.
She's in the play-in game.
I'll tell you what. You know, people are all up to don't give her time. How much time? As much time as she needs. How much time is that? I don't know. Okay, so you don't even know how much time you're willing to give her. Now, I get it. Everybody's entitled to a bad day. 3 weeks ago, it's been 21 days. 3 weeks ago, we had the Epstein binder, 3-ring binder, 3-ring circus fiasco. Okay, that's we had it. And we haven't had anything, Anna Paulina Luna saying, oh, phase 2 is coming soon, deleted the tweet. Alina Habba went on with Benny Johnson and said, oh, prosecutions are coming. Yeah, heard that before. I mean, we gave Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr a lot of time, too. What happened? So I'm not saying that she's going to be a dud. What I'm saying is she's off to a really bad start. As you mentioned, she's in the 16 slot. And I believe, look, asking the question and putting pressure on your public servants and your officials to say, hey, this was a bad moment. What are we going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again? How are we going to rectify it? What's your timeline? What are your goals? What are you thinking? How do you see this playing out? When are we going to get some more answers? I'm not asking for them today. If you don't have them, just say you don't have them.
Yeah.
I really think it's just be honest, right? But the fact that we've had radio silence, aside from a few interviews on Fox News, is not acceptable, right? I think that's not acceptable with regards to Bondi. So I would like to see a little more. I'm not calling for her firing or resignation or this, that. But, I mean, she needs to do a little bit of a better job. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think we should all aspire to do our job the way Tom Homan does.
Well,
yes. And Lee Zeldin, by the way.
I will say that Lee Zeldin, and by the way, that's what I was going to bring up. I mean, Pam Bondi is pretty busy, involved in different investigations, and what Lee Zeldin did, which I was saving for the big three, but it was historic, where we're not only pulling back on some regulations that restricted our country from doing business and getting things done, but as well, what Zeldin and the EPA, what they're doing now with investigating $20 billion that went to these NGOs, and one of the big names, $2 billion of that going to somebody who I can't seem to prove what they were doing with it, Stacey Abrams. I just think that is huge news, and Attorney General Pam Bondi is one of those investigating that. So my jury is out with that, because I think that I'm not going to judge anybody in any administration for their soundbite efficacy. Should she have gone on Jesse Waters and made that statement? I don't know why she had to do that, but it was on one show, one night. It does not define her or her job so far in my book.
No, the good thing is she has 3 years and 10 months left to right the ship. And you're right. And as far as the Epstein stuff goes, when you make that promise or that declaration, Jesse, this thing is huge, and you don't come through, at the end of the day, and I said this yesterday, even though I was critical of Pam Bondi, the Epstein stuff isn't going to make or break my life, right? I would like to know, because we've been told about how juicy it is. But ultimately, Dawn, you are correct. I mean, I will judge her on how she handles prosecuting criminals and doing things to, put the bad guys behind jail. So I totally understand what you're saying.
Tom Homan blasting sanctuary cities. I play this because Philadelphia, a sanctuary city. Roll this, Phil. Oh, wait, hang on.
Actually, real quick, Sean Ferris, do you know, is Nashville a sanctuary city? I should know that. I lived there for almost 5 years.
Oh, I don't.
No, I think it is.
Is it?
I think it is.
Okay.
I know that. Look, it may not be like officially titled sanctuary city, but I know that local authorities do not cooperate with ICE in Nashville.
Okay.
So it basically is de facto sanctuary city.
Okay.
It's a sanctuary city.
Is it?
They have sanctuary city laws.
Oh.
Right?
Do they really?
Yeah,
Nashville.
It's just like Philadelphia. Even though our mayor's not talking about it, Nashville is a sanctuary city.
All right.
I mean, you can go and take a walk through the city and pretty much find out whether or not they have those laws. That you could pretty much find out what's going on in Nashville. That's why we are 45 minutes to the south.
Yeah, it's funny you say that.
So-
Dawn, you are correct, and I just did a quick search. This was 6 weeks ago from, believe it or not, WSMV, Channel 4, NBC, which we have to get Sean's thoughts on because he knows about local TV censorship in Nashville. The headline from their website, new sanctuary city law could send Nashville leaders to prison.
All right, Tom Homan on sanctuary cities. Phil, go.
Because if you don't let ICE in the jail to talk to the illegal alien that you locked in a jail cell, not us. You took an illegal alien and locked him in a jail cell. That's who we want to talk to. But instead of letting us give us access to it, honor and detain it, what did you release them in the public? What does that mean? That means the men and women of ICE are going to go out in the neighborhood and find them. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community and more collateral arrests because you have forced us in the community because you failed to let us in the jail. What a shame. Why not give access? Someone in the country that committed a crime against U.S. citizens sitting in jail. Why not give access ICE to that person so when you're done with them, we can have them and do our job? Because releasing a public safety threat back in the public is just stupid. Just common sense.
Such a radical right-wing position. Letting the bad guys back out in free society is a terrible idea. How can anybody object to that? You know, this all started with the defund the police movement, and then it kind of morphed into the nobody is illegal and don't use the word alien. And what we have here, the way I view this, is Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and all of these officers that are trying to do their job and make sure that we are safe. And somehow, some way, the Democrat Party wants to stand in their way of that. We talk about bad messaging and how the Democrats don't have a message. They don't even have a counter message to anything, right? It's just, let's resist. Their whole bit is to resist everything that this administration wants to accomplish. And if you disagree with it, that's fine. Tell us why. Nobody with a common sense perspective, I don't believe, can sit here and counter this. Because we know what the end game has been, Sean. Let a bunch of people in, and hopefully 4 out of every 5 vote Democrat one day. That's the goal here.
That's right.
Your safety be damned.
Right. And you mentioned defund the police, and let's not forget bail reform, right? And you know, you commit you rob a bank in New York, you're back on the street. You hold somebody at knife point on the subway, you're back on the street. I mean, there's no consequences.
Mm-hmm.
The deterrent for committing those crimes is usually the consequence, right? Like, I'm going to lose my rights, I'm going to lose my freedom, I'm going to go to jail. You know, I'm going to be caught by the police. Like now it's like, okay, I robbed a convenience store. I went to the police station. They gave me a slice of pizza. I went back on the street and I robbed another convenience store. You know, and it just keeps going and going and going. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with these sanctuary city laws. Look, the bottom line, Jasmine Crockett, she decided the other day, it is not a criminal violation to enter our country illegally. It is. Okay. I mean, it's in the term illegal. Now, what she was probably saying or trying to reference was, look, if you overstay your visa, that is not a criminal violation. That is a civil violation. But if you enter this country illegally, that is a crime. That is a criminal violation, and you are ripe to be deported. Okay? So idiot. Again, I talk about this. The Democrats' new leadership, Jasmine Crockett, David Hogg, AOC, you know, that's their new guard. I love it.
Don't forget Harry Sisson.
More of it.
Harry Sisson. He's now throwing up the middle finger in selfies because Democrats are embracing the cursing culture of sports fans.
so edgy,
I
right?
know.
Like, wow, Harry Sisson's really showing us how to be edgy.
All right, the guy that can't grow any facial hair.
How has the Trump administration's border policy been going? Tom Homan has some numbers for us. This is cut 15, Phil. Roll it.
You can't have strong national security without border security. No one understood that better than President Trump's first term. His success on the border was unprecedented. Unprecedented. Now, he just came back in office, and I came back out of retirement for the second time to serve as president because I respect him so greatly. He did in 3 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't do in 4 years. Border numbers right now down 96%. 96% border numbers are down. He was at over 90% in 3 weeks. 96% decrease. That means when you got 96% less people crossing that border, less women are being raped by the cartels, less children are dying making that journey, less Americans are dying from fentanyl that comes across the north border, less women and children are sex trafficked, less terrorists are getting into this country. Joe Biden had 400 people on terrorist watch lists coming across the border. In 4 years under Trump 1, we have 14.
Let me just insert a word that Tom Homan did not use. Donald Trump was willing to do what Joe Biden was not willing to do. Securing your border is not rocket science. If you want to do it, it's a relatively easy thing to do. More difficult to get peace between two other nations, Russia, Ukraine. More difficult to establish peace between the Middle East and Israel. More difficult to fix the economy in 1 month. Trump did it in 1 month. I mean, we went from 166,000 crossings to 8,000 in 1 full month. I mean, you just have to be willing to roll up your sleeves and say, hey, this is a priority.
Yeah. As Trump said in the speech, in the joint address, all we needed was a new president.
Yeah.
And you can apply that to more than just the border, but all you needed was someone who was trying.
It's like that skit, though. You ever see the scene in a lot of TV shows or movies, and it's really a kind of a cheesy thing where somebody has a broom in the sink, and you call in the plumber, and the plumber's just like, hold on. And he pulls the stick out of the broom out of the sink. Problem fixed.
I don't know why my sink is clogged.
Yeah.
You have a broom in it.
Yeah. There you go.
This is why all technical support lines ask, did you turn it off and turn it back on?
Did you power down your modem and recycle it?
Whenever they ask me that, I'm like, you know what? Of course I did, or I wouldn't be on the phone with you.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried all this. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I can't understand you.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on the phone with you.
Yep.
Of course I tried all of the things before I called you.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons while you're over here. We will hear from Donald J. Trump coming up very shortly.
Sure.
But, first, I wanted to. This is cut. Sean, you've made the Kayal and Company board.
Yes.
I know. Nick sent me. I said this is like being inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame.
He's gonna get the yellow jacket in Canton, baby.
I'm up there with. I mean, we got 2 sirs on that board.
Sure.
We got mustard. There is so much on that. I mean, it's great.
Yeah.
It is great.
4 pages.
Jacket.
4 pages worth of nonsense. This is cut 18, Phil, if you will. So, sticking with the immigration thing, a new report came out yesterday that a review of DHS and ICE data revealed that the Biden administration was cooking the books on illegal migrant arrests.
Oh.
Here's the report from yesterday. Roll it.
Hi, John. Yeah, top leaders with DHS and ICE held a call with reporters to basically give an update on how things were going under the Trump administration so far. And really, one of the main key takeaways from this meeting was these officials claim that the Biden administration has been misleading the public and, quote, cooking the books when it comes to how many illegal migrants actually were arrested over the last 4 years. So these top leaders say that ICE did an internal review, found tens of thousands of cases that were labeled as arrests, but according to them, they were actually illegal aliens who were processed and then released into communities because of catch and release policies under the Biden administration. In fiscal year 2024, ICE made 33,242 at-large arrests. So this means arrests that were made in community settings, not jails or border checkpoints. Well, compare that to so far under the Trump administration. ICE has made 32,809 of these at-large arrests. So in just the last 50 days, they're almost matching the total for an entire year, according to these officials. Here's a further breakdown of those community arrests in the last 50 days. Officials on that call told us 14,111 arrests were convicted criminals, 9,980 have pending criminal charges, and then the remaining 8,718 are immigration violators. Now, when it comes to how many of these illegal aliens have been deported, DHS and ICE leaders did not share those numbers yet with us. They did discuss one of the major issues they're having right now. That's detention centers are at full capacity right now, and they are maxed out. But yesterday, the House passed a spending bill, and in that bill, $10 billion would go toward helping ICE with things like creating more space for these detention facilities so they could actually keep these illegal aliens in custody and not have to release them because of a lack of space. John.
I mean, it's almost hard to believe that this administration, in less than 75 days, has matched the numbers of what the Biden administration did for all of fiscal year 24. I mean, they didn't even try to apprehend people last calendar year. Joe and Kamala were probably like, hey, round up a couple, make it look like we're doing something down there. By the way, for some further context, senior officials said that the majority of the overall 113,000 plus arrests made in 2024 were just pass-through arrests, meaning that ICE didn't take an enforcement action against those foreign nationals, and they instead just passed through ICE before being released into the interior, which would be, of course, our country. But that makes me feel good, doesn't it?
I mean, there are some reports that as many as 17 million illegal immigrants are now living in the United States of America. I'll grant you that that number is from a more aggressive, maybe right-leaning group, but so at the least they're acknowledging 13 to 15. This group says 17 million.
There you go.
Illegal.
Yep. All right, more cuts on the other side, and then Sean Farish will step aside for Donald J. Trump. As we continue, Kayal and Company, the 9 o'clock hour is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome to Staples. I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:03 Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Sean Farish with you as we continue more of the cut sheet. We're going to get to Donald J. Trump's thoughts on a couple of stories out there. The Dawn Stensland Big Three, and then all of the bells and whistles, the movies, the music, and the previews still ahead as we continue with that never-ending, always juicy cut sheet.
So it was reported that the Dems are meeting today at a retreat.
Retreat. Not in Philadelphia.
No, but to, quote, reset their message.
Oh.
Reset their message.
This is an off-site meeting.
The other day, Van Jones was on CNN admitting that the Democrat Party is in complete shambles. Roll this.
And then just lastly, Van, in terms of Democrats and where they go from here, this last week we did see them some people try to protest during the president's address, and then House leadership getting onto them, other Democrats calling them out. They still seem to be wandering around trying to figure this out. What's your take?
Can we ask another question? Do I keep talking about my own party? Can we talk about Ukraine or something? No. Look, man, we're screwed. I mean, we don't know. Democrats don't know what to do. This is a nightmare. Somebody like Donald Trump, we thought we'd at least have Hakeem Jeffries in the speaker's chair to hold him back if we didn't have Kamala in there to do the right thing. Listen, the Democratic Party is going through a massive set of internal crises. You have a party that got trapped two ways. One, defending a broken status quo that nobody likes because they thought that Donald Trump was going to make it worse. But when you're defending the status quo, you're going to lose. And then offending most people in the country, calling everybody sexist and racist and transphobic and every other name, and then saying, please follow us. That's not a good strategy, folks. Defending a broken status quo and offending most of the country turns out is not as popular as my party thought it was going to be. And so it's going to take a while for people to get it figured out. I don't like talking about this. I'd rather be beat up. Can you give me something I can beat up Shermichael about? I don't want to talk about my own party.
I know. It's a tough question.
It's actually not a tough question, and it's actually not a tough answer. And I'm going to give a different answer than I've given when we've talked about this subject in the past. And I'm going to go back to a clip that I played from MSNBC in the Big Take this morning, where there was a Democratic strategist on one of their round panel shows, and she was saying that in light of, Sean, with the whole Trump, Elon, Tesla little skit out on the lawn, that Trump MAGA Republicans can't even afford to buy a Tesla. Last time I checked, many of them can. I have been on the receiving end of many nice gifts from my audience that I personally am not privileged to attend or afford, like being a member at Trump Philadelphia Golf Club. Here's the thing. Maybe, just maybe, and it's not my job. I want the Democrats to stay the way they are. I don't want them to change because I want them to keep losing. But here's an idea. Stop taking the advice, Dawn, get ready to throw something at me, of the advice of 58-year-old liberal women that are psychotic. That would be a start for me. I mean, that's just me, but it's not. I don't get paid to fix it.
Well, instead, they're going to take the advice of David Hogg and Jasmine Crockett, who are also psychotic.
Yes, or 19-year-old men with no beards.
Right, yeah, Harry Sisson. We call him Peach Fuzz Harry, by the way. That's what we call him, right? But you have again, for some strange reason, it's not strange because they actually do hate us, but for some reason, the Democrats continue to double down on either calling Americans, calling us stupid, we're deplorable, we're garbage, we're poor. Do you think that's going to be what wins people over? Hey, these poor people, they can't afford a Tesla. This is all for is that why Tesla shares went through the roof after Trump bought the Tesla? Like so many people were posting, I'm buying a Tesla today because MAGA supporters and Elon supporters can't afford it. I mean, it's like, they're doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on insulting the people whose votes they need, and they still don't get it. And I as much as I hate hearing it, I also love hearing it because it means nothing to me. I don't care. I'm not begging for their adoration, right? I don't need them to admire me or shower any of us with praise. I think it continues to put us in an even better position to win elections going forward. And honestly, that's all I care about when we talk about this. I want to win. And they're going to make it easier for us to win.
It's also a stupid comment to make because it's factually incorrect. The party of fact checkers out there, I just did a quick DuckDuckGo search on the average price of a Tesla. The average Tesla price is $33,000.
Yeah.
My Honda Ridgeline was $47,000. Don't insult me saying I can't afford a Tesla, okay? Yeah. When did a Tesla become a Ferrari, right? I mean, Teslas, I'm sure you could find some out there that are super, super expensive.
Well, the one Trump got was $90,000.
Yeah.
For Kai.
The average...
Kai got that.
Yeah, that's all souped up. But the average base model Tesla, according to BusinessInsider.com, $33,000.
It also had 37 recalls on it, too, by the way. So hopefully he's not giving it to his granddaughter.
They're sabotaging Trump. They're trying to kill him again.
And by the way, I mean, I'll say this too. Like, I probably will never buy a Tesla. Not because I don't like Trump or Elon, but I'm not an EV guy.
Yeah.
I've seen enough videos of them exploding in the winter where I kind of don't want that to happen. And I believe in gas. I don't want to wait 20 minutes or an hour or 2 hours or whatever it is to recharge my car.
I just don't like the way they look.
It's not my cup of tea.
I just don't like the way they look.
Yeah,
it is the regular Tesla, like the compact cars look all right. The Cybertrucks are ugly. It looks like a Rubik's Cube. They are all jacked up.
It's funny you say that. I actually like the Cybertruck.
Oh God, they're hideous.
They are, but I like them.
Yeah,
they're so odd that I'm attracted to them. I really am.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. We're on the same page.
They just stick out. There's like that ugly sneaker that you're like, how is that a popular shoe? But it is.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the Tesla Cybertruck.
It's like a Jackson Pollock painting where he just flung paint at the, where like literally an ape could have done it. People were like, "Oh, this is beautiful." I'm like, I mixed paint in a paint store, and I've spilled paint that looked like that. Should I give me? Let's go, $18 million. Let's go, right? Hunter Biden could do it when his dad was in office. Not anymore though; he's broke.
They're suddenly somehow devalued, Sean. I don't know what happened. They were selling for $500,000, and then. What do you think happened?
Yeah.
I don't know. It has nothing to do. Because Abby Phillip on CNN, she told me it has nothing to do with the fact that Joe Biden's in office. Nothing. Not in office anymore. Yeah, Caitlin Collins too, who continues to look more and more like Scott Pressler every day.
Scott Pressler on line 3. Hey, I'm way prettier than that.
By the way,
he usually says that online too. He calls it out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw.
One time he called her hot.
Hot
and he
what?
was like, and I was like, well, he called Caitlin Collins hot.
Hot
online.
and bothered by
like,
everything Trump says?
Yeah, I mean, he was like, oh, yeah, she's pretty hot. And I'm like, you know what that means? Because Scott Pressler, that means she looks like a dude. So that's the ultimate insult. If a gay guy calls a female attractive,
yeah.
Not good.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I don't know if you guys saw this the other day, but the Black Lives Matter Boulevard or whatever it was that was on the streets in DC, right?
Yeah,
in DC, the big obnoxious letters on the roadway.
It was painted over or whatever. Sunny Hostin, I guess she does a podcast now too.
Well, everybody has a pod.
Yeah. She commented on this. Roll it.
I'm saddened by it because I do think that the Black Lives Matter movement has been co-opted and they're trying to erase it, obviously, but it's probably the second most important civil rights movement in American history. The first, of course, being which resulted in the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
What?
And then the Voting Rights
No
Act of
comparison.
1965. So I'm devastated by it because it's just a continuation of the erasure of American history.
There you go.
I've got a story courtesy of Outkick. Now, I've never heard of this musician, but the headline is Grammy-nominated rapper calls Black Lives Matter a scam and points to the mansions that were bought by the founders and all of the missing funds. Remember all the money that 64-year-old Bluebell liberal women donated to BLM as they got their third booster and put their Ukraine flag in their yard and hate has no home here. They're the ones that got scammed. And I would actually argue that you could put the whole BLM movement right up there with the efficacy of the vaccine and the mask and also the Ukraine funding. One of the 3 or 4 biggest scams for sure in my adult lifetime.
Yeah, and global boiling too. They went from warming to boiling. So
I mean, it's a scam when hip hop artists are coming out and saying, "Yeah, BLM's a scam." Man, you got played.
Who's that? Young Yachty?
Yeah, better you saying it than me. I would have butchered it. Yeah, 27-year-old. His real name is Miles McCullum, and he was on a YouTube show.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was gonna pull it, but I was like, does anybody know who this guy is?
I figured we'd weave this in here and there. I never heard of him, but then again, if somebody has, it's probably Phil. By the way, Phil, you got to feature Little Yachty today coming up in Today in Music History.
There'll be no.
I'm sure he had a hit a few years ago today.
By the way, I want an update. We'll get to an update in just a couple minutes on the high school girl who hit the other girl in the back of the head with
baton.
With a baton.
Yeah.
Dawn called it.
She and her parents were on Good Morning America with a different angle to this, and she's claiming it was an accident.
Right.
We will have the video coming up on YouTube, so head on over to YouTube if you want to see this, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. But I want to get this in before we do this. We talked all the time about the DEI initiatives for the FAA, and we were told that it was a conspiracy and that it's not really DEI that is causing all these issues in the FAA. So this piece of actual journalism was done by the Daily Mail. A top DEI activist is caught on voicemail allegedly offering minority air traffic control candidates the chance to cheat in a make-or-break entry exam.
Mm-hmm.
So sounds fair. That sounds safe.
Yeah. So he wanted more African American to get this job. So he got answers to questions and emailed them.
Right.
Shelton Snow, a powerful, let me say alleged, because we don't know. I have to say alleged. Shelton Snow, a powerful figure in the National Black Coalition of Federal Aviation Employees, can be heard promising advance access to test answers in a shocking audio clip obtained by the Daily Mail. Excuse me. Can you play a little bit of this, Phil?
Washington Suburban Associate members, brothers and sisters, listen. It's been a really busy time for me these past 4 days. I know that each of you are eager, very eager, to apply for this job vacancy announcement. And trust, after tonight, you will be able to do so. I am asking that you give me another 15 or 16 hours. Allow me to go to work and come home, provide you with an email that will be extremely crucial in the opening stages of this hiring process. There are some valuable pieces of information that I have taken a screenshot of, and I'm going to send that to you via email. Trust and believe it will be something that you will appreciate to the utmost. Keep in mind, we are trying to maximize your opportunities, and I'm doing the very best that I can with the time that I'm given.
Okay, and he goes on to say, I am about 99.99% sure that it is exactly how you need to answer each question.
Well, you know, when I was taking the LSATs and the bar exam and things like that, but I would have loved to have somebody slip me the exact copy of the test with the questions so I know what to study for and what to omit after a full year's worth of academics. This guy, if this is true, he's the air traffic operations supervisor for the Federal Aviation Administration. He should be out of a job.
By the way, this is also not new. This piece of audio, I believe, was made available in 2014 to African Americans, females, and other minority candidates, but whites were left out of the loop to minimize competition.
So that audio tape's 11 years old.
Allegedly.
Wow.
But it kind of shows you how the seeds were sown and how we kind of snowballed into, if this is true.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So.
Okay.
Well, before DEI, it was called affirmative action.
Exactly.
So it's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
It's just to hear it.
I know.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And with the FAA.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, kind of an important job.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
No,
like
it's not cashier. It's not cashier. At Publix.
Yeah. Right. This should be
I
a
really
very.
wouldn't care if they leaked the answers to the test to the black cashiers. But okay, whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a little more important than that.
A little bit.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Go.
So we talked a lot about the baton, or the track stars, the two females. One was hit in the back of the head by the other. So the girl has been the one girl who hit the other girl in the back of the head has been consistent in the fact that she's stuck with the story that this was a complete accident. You only saw one angle. So she went on Good Morning America, I believe, to tell her side of the story. And she has a different angle on this. And I want you guys to look at this and tell me, because she says this definitively shows that she accidentally hit this girl in the back of the head.
Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Roll.
This morning, Alayla Everett, the track star at the center of that viral video showing her appearing to hit another runner in the head with the baton, is speaking out.
I would never do that on purpose. That's not in my character.
Everett says the incident is a complete misunderstanding, pointing to another angle of the race as proof.
The baton was literally, like, her arm was literally hitting the baton like this until she got a little ahead and my arm got stuck like this.
In the video, Everett is seen on the inside track running the 4x200 relay at the Virginia State High School League Championships when junior Kayal Tucker came around the outside on the corner.
That's when she hit me with the baton. I just felt a bang on my head and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kayal dropping her baton and reaching for her head. She was later diagnosed with a concussion. Now, since the incident, the Everett family has been served with court papers and must appear before a judge. The athletic director for Alayla's high school has since apologized to the Tucker family on their behalf. Guys?
All right. To answer her claim of definitive proof that it was not intentional, to me, that does not show definitive proof that it was not intentional. Now, again, we've talked about this for a couple of days. I know there's an update, and kudos to Dawn for calling out what was likely to happen and predicting it. I don't think this should be the end of this girl's career. I'm not like cancel culture guy, but if the parents want to, sue and get recovery for medical, I'm totally on board with
Get him, Dawn. Get him, Dawn.
If Nick, let me just wind up my arm like she did.
No, I'm in agreement
if somebody
with...
did this to one of my kids, and I will, and I have boys. If somebody did this to one of your daughters, I hope that you or Kristen, one of you, has big enough kahunas.
Definitely her.
Okay, because I'm telling you, you would be flipping out. Because I would be flipping out. I would have called 911 right then and there. I would be calling for criminal charges. This is a criminal act of violence. I don't care if it was during a track meet. These are high school girls, and you see the victim in this. She's just look at them and listen to them. The victim in this is just more like innocent to it. You know what I mean? She's just like an innocent kid. And even her parents are just, you know what I mean, more genuine, and just you see the innocence within that. As far as the person who's I have to say alleged, but the person who you see, if you're looking at that video, there is no question in my mind from every angle. She is winding up, and boom, there's nothing obstructed. There's no arm caught from any angle that I can see.
Yes.
And this is somebody who committed, in my humble opinion, this is just my opinion, this is a violent act, a criminal act against an innocent victim who's running her race.
I agree with...
She absolutely should be banned. If I were that school, there's no question in my mind.
Yes, I agree with...
That's terrible.
I agree with a criminal charge if that was filed by a district attorney. I agree with a civil thing as far as wanting medical compensation and, recovery for damages. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on all of that. But I'm saying I'm not canceling this girl for the rest of her life as a high school athlete over just like I don't like when people pull up tweets from 12 years ago where you try to cancel an 11-year-old who's now 23 that posted something on social media that was deemed racist or offensive. Like, I'm not interested in canceling people's livelihood over one slip-up. And she's a minor. So, but I'm fine with the criminal charges. I'm fine with calling. I agree with everything you're saying, but I think people are trying to, end this girl's future. And that, to me, is where I'm like, I'm not a cancel culture person.
Well, I will say I will say this. I think most schools, if you have a student who's now facing assault and battery charges as an underage person, but I will say this, most high schools, this would be grounds for an expulsion. And I would, as a parent, fully expect that this person should be expelled, number one.
Wow, so you would have her expelled from school? See, I wouldn't.
Well, locally, when a student much younger walked up to, these were 13 and 12-year-olds, locally, North Penn, and had a Stanley Cup, a stainless steel cup, and assaulted, same type of assaulted another fellow student from behind, and assaulted that kid who also, had to have stitches and had a concussion. That other student who was the accused offender was expelled.
Different circumstances, though.
How? It's assault and battery from behind, unprovoked.
That person had a track record, remember? We had
Not in that school.
Yeah, well, no, but it was well known that kid... Did we ever get confirmation of the identity?
No, because they're underage. It doesn't matter anyway.
Well, there was a history there. Does this girl in track have any prior history?
The history doesn't matter. The history in North Penn was not the issue, Nick.
Yeah, but you're talking about
committed assault and battery of a fellow student. This is a violent act.
You're telling me prior record has no merit? It absolutely does. If you
not for the school, because in that school, those officials in North Penn locally, they had no access to that. They had no access to the fact that kid had been transferred. That's part of the problem with these kids. So right now you have a juvenile who's accused of being a runner and on the track doing this.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to find out if she has any juvenile criminal record. It's not easy.
Well, I'm sure.
Unless she was charged with an adult at some point.
Well, I'm sure the Juvenile Justice Department would have a record.
Oh, yeah, they're real willing to give out that information.
Willing versus having it are two different things.
I'll tell you, this would be in most schools, this would be grounds for an expulsion.
I mean, look, if we've played that basketball brawl, that high school one from Pennsylvania, you want to expel people for that, I'm on board. That was, punches and brawls. That was like the Palace brawl with the Pistons and the Pacers from 20 years ago. I don't think I would expel her in that track setting.
I'm shocked.
But that's just me.
I'm absolutely shocked. If you don't expel her for doing this, then every other kid who assaults another kid can point to this and say, well, you didn't expel her. Why are you expelling me?
So you
are condoning this violent act.
Sean, I want you to jump in as well and get your thoughts. But so you don't think there's a difference between somebody sitting at a cafeteria table in a, quote, friendly setting versus in the heat of the moment in athletics. Not to excuse it
Heat
being
of the moment.
Well,
I would say the standard is higher. When you're a student athlete, you usually have to have a certain GPA. You usually are told by your coach that you are watched. You are a role model in your school. Absolutely.
a
I would
certain
say as a
GPA
student,
for athletics. You know how many dumb kids I played with in high school that had a GPA of 0.1?
And I will say in the most public schools have something about grades, but in the private schools, they absolutely do.
Okay. I disagree. Farish, your thoughts?
You disagree? Wait, that
With the expulsion.
student athletes should not and are not held to a higher standard.
No, well, it depends on the school. In public, no. In public schools, as long as we were not getting Fs, we were allowed to play sports.
I'll tell you what. I have a nephew, and this is in South Jersey, who was a star. He was a football player in high school, and his GPA, he was struggling in a couple classes, and public school, and they told him, "You're off the football team until you fix those grades."
Wow.
Our schools had that too. When I went, there were kids on the football team that were academically struggling. They had to go into extra help and whatnot to up their grades, or because playing the sport was a privilege. It wasn't a right at the school. But I have to say, you look at what this girl did in track, and I'm on the track, and I'm not a cancel culture guy either. But I mean, didn't the victim get like a concussion? And it was a whole. I mean, you can't. I think you can't set the precedent. Just like I just talked about a few minutes ago about bail reform. Like, you can't set the precedent that this behavior doesn't come with consequences. And I'm not saying that criminal charges, that's the justice system.
Yep.
But the school and the education system has to levy consequences too, in my opinion.
Sure.
She, for the rest of her life, I'm not going to say for the rest of her life, but I'd say from the school and from high school sports altogether, how does any other parent trust that girl on the track again?
That's right.
After that, and that's where I think my head is. How do you trust this girl? How can you trust that she's not going to do it again? Has she been put through enough? Or what? To me, she shouldn't be on the track again in high school. She wants to go join. She wants to go and get into college, and that school wants to let her get another shot. I believe in redemption. That's fine.
Yeah,
Second
that's what I'm saying.
chances.
Yes,
I'm all
absolutely.
good with that.
Yep.
But in this case, I do think the school should expel her. And the other thing, I'm not saying this absolves her, but how heavy are these batons? I've never run track, but
neither have I.
That's just it. They're pretty
Holy
light.
cow.
They're pretty. The fact that they're not like, it's not a Stanley Cup, right? It's not a. So the fact that you could cause a concussion and cause that level.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I feel like they're light, right?
That's a hard hit. You hit that person like is it because it's right? She has the momentum of the arm. And you see the younger girl who's a junior, Kayal Tucker, who's the victim in this. So these are the championships. You know what I mean? So she's a junior. She has a concussion. We all know concussion protocol. When you're in high school, they can't allow you to participate, even practice in sports. So she's out. She's out for the season. That stinks.
So we're gonna expel her. But when a guy that's pretending to be a girl in a volleyball match breaks a girl's face, they're not expelled.
Oh well,
listen.
I'm in
You're
agreement.
right.
Yeah, I
would
mean, I just give you
I'm totally in
consistency
agreement
here.
as well.
Right.
No, I'm totally in agreement as well. That
One they're
should
saying
be
is an accident, but you're right. I agree.
Well,
with
I'm right,
you.
and I don't think the guy who spikes the ball in the woman's face did it on purpose, but
Right.
it did happen, and it is a problem. Look, here's how you avoid that: keep the men out of women's sports.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
That's a great
This
idea,
is-
though.
There was nothing in this situation that could have prevented this, other than the conduct of the athlete.
Okay, what if it
and
was
the judgment of the athlete?
What if it was an either or? And I know we're not talking about either or, but what if I gave you the ultimatum? You can either expel her or hit her with criminal and civil charges. Which one would you? What do you think?
No. The answer is both.
I
because
know
both
that, but
systems have to work.
True.
But both don't work together. So the accused offender in this, who's facing, albeit misdemeanor assault charges, she's 18. She's a high school senior.
Yeah.
So in my humble opinion, the reason that she's gone on crying on national TV is that she knows that, she's not going to get scholarship offers. And her actions, I think, as far as, she's just not going to get the offers and the scholarship money offers. But whether they expel her or not is on the school. But she's a senior in high school, but she's also 18. On the other side of it, as far as criminal charges, the police should not at all look at what the high school, that's a police matter. So in my opinion, if I were within law enforcement, what I would say to her is plead out to a misdemeanor. We'll charge you as a juvie misdemeanor. Plead out to it.
And then your record will be expunged upon completion of
just get this
ARD
and
or something.
Apologize and plead out to it.
Yeah.
All right, we really have to break
All
because
right.
the president is in the on-deck circle.
Okay. And you both are wrong. I'm right. 855
No,
839
by the way, Nick, the YouTube chat is
I
just
know,
all
I
on
know.
Dawn and Sean's side.
Can I tell you something, Nick? Just if let's remind ourselves of this conversation. Play this back for Nick in about because his little girls are only 10. Play this back when his little girls are like 15. And you're going to get a total different
That's why
answer.
they will stay in the dance studio and not be on a track or a basketball court or
Because
any of those macho sports.
Daddy will be with a baseball bat, right, answering this.
855-839-1210. Donald J. Trump joins us on the other side. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
Yeah, our friends with Piazza, we're broadcasting from the Piazza Premium Studios, the Piazza Auto Group Studios, and we just so appreciate those. We appreciate Piazza, and we appreciate all of us here, honest to God, that you patronize Piazza. And when it's like getting your angel wings in heaven or something. Whenever we hear, and we love when you tell us, "Hey, I went to Piazza, one of the Piazzas, and we bought a new vehicle." We just want to thank you, seriously. Our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, that's what I'm talking about right now. They have the latest. These are beautiful luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with their sleek new designs, the latest, most innovative features powered by the latest in technology, and thousands. Here's the thing. They have thousands right now of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonahan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. One moment you're enjoying a romantic date, the next you're thinking,
is this guy right for me?
Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head?
Then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Thankfully, California Psychics can clear away the dating doubt. Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to make the right relationship choices. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. I can smell love in the air already. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Due to time constraints, we move ahead in the program. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Thursday morning. Sean Farish with us. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in a couple of minutes. Movies, music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. We were going to be joined by Donald J. Trump, but he's got a lot going on. We got Russia on the verge of maybe agreeing to the negotiations. So we're going to hold off on Trump, but I want to get Sean's thoughts on two big stories. One that I know he's passionate about, and the other one that he has been on the receiving end of in media in Nashville. Sean, I want to get your thoughts on this. I know you've had a lot to say, and you've had a lot of battles on X with certain people that follow you over the Tate brothers and the way they are perceived by certain factions of certain bases. Then you have Danica Patrick, who has come out and jumped into the political spectrum, former race car driver herself, and she absolutely went off on the Tate brothers, really having the same stance that you have. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that, because now you have a female on the MAGA side coming out and joining others as well.
What did I missed it with Danica Patrick?
She was on with Tommy Lahren from Outkick, who also is based in Nashville, and she pretty much just obliterated the Tate brothers for being the scum that they are, and all the stuff that's going on in Florida with DeSantis and investigations into why they're here and if they should be allowed, so forth and so on.
Okay, well, I mean, if she's in agreement that people who admittedly talk about behavior that the Tates have behaved, the Tates, again, it's one of these things where allegations are allegations, and the court of law, you could tell me innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, and I will agree with you 100 times out of 100. But innocent until proven guilty does not apply to the court of public opinion, and I'm sorry, but when I see Luigi Mangione killing the United Healthcare CEO, I know he killed him, right? When I see Andrew Tate beating up a 15-year-old girl, and yes, she was 15. How do you know that? Because the girl in the video claims that she was born in 1997, and the video was uploaded in 2012. It's just math. I'm not saying this to be, a jerk or to provide an argument that is inconvenient to somebody else's narrative, and I'm definitely not basing anything on what the mainstream media is telling me. I'm basing it on things that Andrew Tate is telling me. Mm-hmm. Andrew Tate is telling me that he slept with girls that were 15, 16, whatever the age might have been. Andrew Tate is on video, saying, why did I hit you? Because you didn't listen, because you won't obey. Andrew Tate is the one showing off this girl with a tattoo that says property of Andrew Tate, which is very common in trafficking cases. The traffickers usually brand their property. It's, the same way that a cattle rancher will brand their cow. It is the exact same thing. So I'm happy to see Danica Patrick. I'm happy to see, I would imagine, I didn't see what Tommy Lahren said, but I would imagine she's on the same side of this issue as well.
Yeah.
She's a decent person. I've been on with her a couple of times. Pretty cool.
She pretty much say, I got a quote here: the kind of man who is attractive to me is a man who respects women, someone who respects a woman for being strong as well and is not intimidated by that. To me, that speaks volumes about their own integrity, their own confidence level. It's all led to a weird fracturing within the Republican Party that should never have gotten to this point.
Never should have gotten to this point, and so I applaud Danica Patrick for saying that, because it needs to be said. And the more people, in my opinion, that are saying this, the better. Again, if Andrew Tate didn't admit to doing these things, if there weren't videos of him doing these things, I would most likely be on the side of, well, let's let the whole story play out. And there is probably still more to come. And there may be things that not necessarily exonerated, but explain from Tate's perspective. I don't think there's any explaining away, or there's any exceptions, or anything that can excuse that behavior. But we don't have all the facts, which is true. But what we do have, what is publicly available, right? Just like what was publicly available to us about Hunter Biden. I called Hunter Biden a crackhead before he admitted that he did crack. Why? Because there were videos and images of him doing crack on his laptop, right? Diddy. How many people that are arguing, well, Tate is innocent until proven guilty, have called P. Diddy a pedophile? Well, he hasn't been convicted, right? Are we supposed to wait? Are we all supposed to wait for what a court says to form our opinion, right? I mean, is that what we're supposed? The legal system, yes, 100%. You are presumed innocent until proven guilty, okay? The court of public opinion does not have to abide by those standards. And I'm happy that we're getting people calling out the Tates. And for the folks that think that that's all, you're not a real man. Well, okay, that's your definition of it. That what he does, you don't want your son to grow up to do those things. I guarantee you. And you would not let Andrew Tate babysit your 15-year-old daughter.
Yep.
The Tate brothers deny all allegations against them, facing sexual and rape charges in Romania, now facing a criminal investigation, which has been launched within the past week by Florida Attorney General.
Yep.
I had to say that for the
yes.
people.
Thank you. No, thank
That's
you.
your attorney.
There it is.
Ferris, let me get your thoughts quickly on this. I know you had done you did an endorsement for a business, and was it the CBS affiliate that gave you the hard time in Nashville about not airing the commercial, or was that a radio
I think so.
station?
It was News Channel 4. And there was also a radio station.
Okay.
The radio station refused to play it, even though I put a disclaimer at the end that said it was an impersonator. They refused to play it. They thought they were going to get sued.
Right. Okay.
And then the TV station, it's News Channel 4 out here.
Okay.
In Nashville.
So News Channel 4 is actually the same channel television-wise, WSMV. It's the NBC affiliate in Nashville. They decided to cancel a performance from the Duggar Band, a young Nashville duo. I believe they're brothers. And they said that their story and the song, specifically the lyrics, crossed political lines, and they have pretty much canceled them from performing. And of course, they went to social media. They're now right at the top of the charts on iTunes. We just want to, do we have it? Let's play this for Sean. Is this remotely political? You hear this, Sean.
I see you looking down while I'm looking up. You're just sitting there sipping on that Starbucks cup, hating on everything, not doing anything. I crank up some Toby Keith, climb back in my truck, and it don't matter where the chips may fall. That Statue of Liberty will be standing tall. The best part about the land of the free is if you don't like it, you're free to leave. But I ain't leaving here. I'm an 8th generation, God-fearing blue collar with a flag waving, and I don't wait for the 4th of July. It's year-round, lifelong American pride, and right here, right now, drawing the line. If this country ain't something you can stand behind, then that's the difference between me and you, 'cause my true colors are red, white, and blue.
I don't know, Sean Ferris. I didn't hear anything remotely controversial or political messaging there.
You didn't? I thought it was domestic terrorism. No, seriously. First of all, I got to correct. My issue was with News Channel 5, not News Channel 4.
Okay, that was CBS.
So they are WSMV with their problem. And I'm probably going to be speaking with these guys soon. So I reached out to them on X, and we've been talking because we had a very similar situation. No, nothing wrong with the song. I mean, even they mentioned, look, they even name dropped Toby Keith, who was a registered Democrat for a very long time. I know he played at Trump's inauguration in 2016, and Toby Keith was a patriot, right? He loved the country. That's one of the things. He loved his veterans, loved the military. Nothing wrong with that song.
Nope.
But you have, again, these, and you know it, the local affiliates here in Nashville are just a disaster.
Yep.
So.
All right. Sean Farish, great stuff, buddy. Thank you so much, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll see you next week.
There he is, Sean Farish, with us as we get set for all of the routine bells and whistles to round out a day.
We might have to do a Dawn Sends Them Big 3 at 10 because you two decided to argue for 15 minutes.
I know.
So,
and I lost, so I regret it.
Dawn will do some news headlines at the top of the hour, if you will, my love, at 10 o'clock.
Yep,
All right.
we'll do. Got a lot.
Let's get to Jimmy Kelly now.
No. We have to break first.
We'll take a quick break, and
Thank
then
you.
it's movies, music, and then what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Rich. It's Zioli. We have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, 9:50 on this Thursday morning as we get ready to give away some prizes and some music wisdom. First, the Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are those microwave dinners any good?
I don't know.
I'll give them a whirl.
Are you here all by yourself?
Ma'am, I'm 8 years old. You think I'd be here alone? I don't think so.
Where's your mom?
My mom's in the car.
Where's your father?
He's at work.
What about your brothers and your sisters?
I'm an only child.
Where do you live?
I can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because you're a stranger.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
If you don't know what it is, you're not an American, you should self-deport immediately. Secondly, it plays into what we talked about in hour number 2 with a certain story that we discussed. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Pair of Joe Conklin tickets. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming up on April 5th at the Keswick. Caller 12, 855-839-1210.
By the way, before we get to Phil Almquist, our buddy Newman Price has made a new jingle.
Oh, God, I love Newman.
Here we go.
God bless you, Newman.
There. Feel time on the way with music history.
I love Newman.
Feel time every day on Canon Company. Feel time 1210 on WPHT.
It's good.
It's really good. Now I know I've made it because Newman Price has done this. All the Phil timers out there.
Yeah, exactly right. And you have to wait no more. It's time for the What Occurred Today in Music History bit.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Adam Clayton from U2, who's 65, and David Draymond from Disturbed, who's now 52. Signature Days of Rock and Roll by Europe in 2015, Heat of the Night by Bryan Adams in 87, and Morning Has Broken by Cat Stevens in 72. Albums include Dead Again by Typo Negative 2007, The Bends by Radiohead in 95, Heartbeat City by The Cars in 84, and Depeche Mode released a live album in 89. Also, 7 years ago today, I was in Wilkes-Barre as Judas Priest kicked off their Firepower World Tour. Saxon and Black Star Riders opened that day. In 93, Eric Clapton's Unplugged would top the album chart, where it stayed for 3 weeks. In 2006, the Sex Pistols refused to attend their own induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That letter is classic. In 84, Bob Seger got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 87, Rat was at the Spectrum with Poison opening. In 2011, Slayer and Megadeth kick off their European Carnage tour, and yesterday the teaser trailer was released for the upcoming movie Spinal Tap 2. But lastly, since the cut sheet really never does end,
it's true.
This is all for all the TDSers out there on my Facebook feed. Yesterday whining due to the Elon and Tesla being outside the White House. Let's go back to 2021.
Uh-oh.
Greg?
Yes?
Receipts.
Pushing Jeep hybrids.
Wait, say it again. Say it again, Phil.
Look, it's Joe driving around the White House pushing Jeep hybrids. Hashtag hypocrites. Hashtag these are stupid people. Alleged. Hashtag are we surprised? No. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Hashtag Phil time.
Oh
What
my
music
God.
was he playing in the Jeep?
Yeah, it's a good question.
That is a good question. I don't even know. Some clown music, maybe.
Was that Joe or his stunt double actually driving that? All righty. Let's go to Heather in the Northeast. She's a true American, and she's going to see Joe Conklin. Heather, what movie did we just play for you?
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
Yes, Macaulay Culkin. Congratulations, Heather. You got yourself the tickets.
Awesome. Thank you. I love your show.
Thank you. We love it as well. There she is, Heather. Before Macaulay Culkin was at Monday Night Raw, he was whipping up Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern.
Nobody knows what that means.
Yes, they do. They know those guys. And they know Dawn Stensland, and she's up in 5
Yes.
minutes. What do we have lined up, dear?
Well, one of my guests upcoming, well, she would probably leave her daughter home alone rather than alone with a doctor. So if she had those choices, she writes for the Daily Caller, and as well, she would never again want to hear that John Fetterman is moderate. Meg Brock, who's a now investigative reporter, local mom from Bucks, so we'll hear her take on some of these issues as well as her latest investigations. And 5 years this week when we started all of the COVID lockdown. So we'll hear from Meg Brock, Beth Amroska on the online deck as well. But we'll start out with a big three. We'll talk about Lee Zeldin, and this is huge in our nation's history. We just barely touched on it. And as well, what about those astronauts? Yeah. They're trapped in space for now with the Musk mission scrubbed. Well, we'll update that for you as well.
The big three at 10.
Big three at 10 with Dawn Stensland.
Yeah.
All right, everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and we've got a great comedian lined up as well. I'm drawing a blank on the name
Paul
right now.
Mercurio.
Yes, we'll do that tomorrow. What time, Gregory?
He should be in studio about 8 o'clock.
All right, looking forward to that, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all